जय श्री राधा गोकुल नंद की, जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की, गौर निताय की, श्रीला प्रभुपाद की। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण प्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमद् भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी निति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादिशचारिणे। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद। जय श्री नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram, Patita Pavana Sira Ram. Sitaram, 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 Jaya Sitaram. Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranita Gauranita Jaya Gauranita Jaya Gauranita. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitya Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitya Gaura Hari Bol. Request you to keep your hands up and say Jai Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Jai Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Gaur Nitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. Hare Krishna everyone. Thank you for joining. We are going to offer obeisance to Guru Parampara. So if you got some space, you can bow down. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajika Acharya Stotra Sata Srimati Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajika Acharya Stotra Sata Srimati Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda ki. Namacharya Haridas Thakur ki. प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्री वासुदेव गौर भक्त वृंद की. श्री श्री राधा कृष्णा गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की. ISKCON founder Srila Prabhupada ki, Ganga Mai Yamuna Mai ki, Tulsi Maharani Bhakti Devi ki, Vrindavan Dham Mathura Dham ki, Mayapur Dham Navadip Dham ki, Jagannath Puri Dham Dwarka Dham ki, Bhaktivedanta Manor Dham ki, Harinama Sankirtan ki, Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. We humbly request everyone, please be seated. We will be singing the Narasimha prayer. The lyrics are there on the TV screen. So please be seated. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, if you can please sit down for the same prayers. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahlada Nada Naine. Prahlada Nada Naine. Hiranya Kashipur Vaksha. Bahir nothing ho, Hridaye nothing ho. Bahir nothing ho, Hridaye nothing ho. Narasimha Madim Sharanam Prapade. Narasimha Madim Sharanam Prapade. Tava Kara Kamalavare Nakha. Adbhuta Shringa Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringa Keshavadeta Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Namakara Kamala Hare Adbhuta Shringa Lalita Hiranyakashipu Nanu Bringam Keshavadeta Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Narasimha Dev Jaya Prahlad Maharaj 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Lord Sri Narasimha Bhagwan ki jai, Bhakti Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Sagat Guru Shri Prabhupada ki jai, Sai Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bom. Thank you so much for attending Arati. So the prasadam will be served now in the Haveli. As you go out and enter the car park, please have some prasadam before you go. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna everyone. Thank you for joining us for the Arati. It was so wonderful. All of you are nicely taken part and even the children are here. And it's so amazing that even this is, no matter how the weather is, sometimes it gets very hot, sometimes it gets very cold. It tests our bhakti, isn't it? But this is real devotion. In spite of the hot, summer outside, still all of our devotees, they just want to go and see Radha and Kokilananda. And this is what pleases Krishna the most. When the devotees, not minding the weather conditions, coming all the way just to see the Lord. It is not that we come to see the Lord, we come to be seen by the Lord. It's not only that we are seeing the Lord, but the Lord is also seeing us. There can't be anything more auspicious than the Lord coming, seeing us, right? And giving His darshan. And we don't know, we must have done so much of piety in our previous life that Krishna sometimes calls us to the mandir and to give His darshan. And we've seen from the scriptures also, it so happened that the Lord used to give His four-arm Narayana form darshan to great devotees like Muchikonda. And they used to ask who are you? How come you're giving this beautiful darshan? And Lord Krishna used to tell Muchikonda, you do not know, but in your previous life, you were a great devotee of mine. And that's why I are giving you this darshan. So sometimes we forget and we don't know what we have done in our previous life. But the Lord is always reciprocating because we can only remember this life. But the difference between us and Krishna is we can't even remember what we did last week. But the Lord remembers what we had done in so many lifetimes also. And that's the reason why He calls us to the mandir, And just to give us again another opportunity, somewhere we done 20% of bhakti in your previous life. Krishna again calls us in this life to the mandir to remind us that you have forgotten your bhakti, you have done 20%, now you continue from here, So every time we should come to the mandir, we should remember that this is a great opportunity. Krishna is reminding us that we have left off somewhere. So now it's a time to continue our bhakti journey from here onwards. So it's a great opportunity that Krishna is giving us. And also, I was just thinking another 2 months from now, what is coming up? What is the very famous festival of Krishna coming up in 2 months' time? Janmashtami, Krishna Janmashtami, the most awaited festival, isn't it? Because here in the mandir, we get nothing less than 60 to 70,000 people on the Janmashtami days. on the 4th and the 6th of September. So it's a great opportunity for all of us to come and show our love for Krishna during that time. But not only that, because it's coming up in say first week of September, from now on we should meditate. We should get our mind completely focused on thinking about Krishna and Krishna's divine leelas, right? And we should just prepare our mindset in such a way that before Janmashtami comes, how should we meditate on Krishna, all the divine leelas of Krishna. So it's a great opportunity for all of us when we come to the mandir, think about Krishna, because Krishna says there are 4 things we have to do. Manmana bhava madbhakta madhyaji mam namaskuru mamivasisi yuktva Atmanam Matparayana. Krishna's 4 important sutras he says is, engage your mind always in thinking of me, become my devotee, offer your obeisances to me and worship me. And being completely absorbed in me, Krishna is assuring you will surely come to me. So Krishna is saying that if you do these 4 things, we will surely attain Krishna by thinking of him, becoming his devotee, offering obeisances and worshipping him. So please take your time to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra and listen to beautiful Hari Katha, so that will help us in building our loving relationship with Krishna. And also, like as I mentioned, there is Mahaprasadam being served in the Haveli, so you can have some Mahaprasadam as well. Thank you very much for coming to the mandir. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna. Give your breath. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Yeah, just turn to -5. So 4 or 5 below the 0. Hare Krishna. That's good, thanks. Hare Krishna, everybody. It's a very warm day, isn't it? But it's relatively cool in here. So every day at this time, we read from Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is a very special book, describing in detail the Lord's activities, His wonderful pastimes, when He appears on this earth planet. And simply by hearing of the Lord's glories and activities, we can become completely liberated from this material existence, even while in this present body. So before we resume our reading, I'm just going to offer a few prayers. You might find some of them on the screen, top right. If you do, then you'll be able to follow along. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuru Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Swayam Rupakara Bhahyam Dharati Swaparantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Parakamam Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Pada Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitam Shcha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamini Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatyaresha Tarine Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripasundhyacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Namo Mahavaranyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratvishe Namah Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priya And now, we'll chant together the two mantras that you see on the far right-hand side. Yeah? On the far right-hand side of the screen, there are two mantras beginning with Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Ashtotara Sata Shri Srimad. His Divine Grace Srila Abhay Charan Aravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Ashtotara Sata Shri Srimad. His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai. Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Sekaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Shri Navadvip Dham Ki Jai. Ganga Mai Ki Jai. Yamuna Mai Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Tulasi Devi Ki Jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Jayanita Gaur Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories unto the lotus feet of Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. So we're continuing our reading from Krishna book. We're in volume 2. Yesterday we finished the pastime of Sudama Brahmana visiting Lord Krishna and ultimately receiving Krishna's great blessing in the form of unparalleled material opulence. Of course, we also heard how such opulence is not necessarily a blessing. It depends on the consciousness with which one accepts opulence. Wealth can be the cause of degradation, but for a mature devotee, the same opulence or the same attainment of wealth is not an impediment, because a mature devotee will be able to engage such wealth in Krishna's service, accepting it as the prasadam of the Lord. But Krishna knows what is our weakness. He also knows to what degree we are purified, and therefore He understands what will destroy us and what will help us. So Sudama Brahmana was sufficiently pure, and he was able to accept such great opulence as Krishna's mercy without becoming bewildered. And it's interesting that Sudama did not even think of asking anything material from Krishna. He was just happy to see his old friend. He did not attempt to gain any particular favor by visiting the Lord. He was just happy to be in Krishna's company. And Krishna was also extremely pleased to see Sudama again after so long. We heard several times how Krishna was quick to embrace Sudama, and he hardly embraces anyone other than the goddess of fortune or his brother. The goddess of fortune and his brother Balaram. He embraces them to his chest. Who else? Well, he embraced Sudama because Sudama was very endeared to the Lord. Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmana Hitaya Cha Jagaditaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namo. The Brahmanas and the cows are especially dear to Lord Krishna. So, then we began the succeeding chapter, which is called Lord Krishna and Balaram meet the inhabitants of Vrindavan at Kurukshetra. This is chapter 27 of volume 2. And I think we should start from the very beginning. We read a couple of paragraphs yesterday. Let's begin at the beginning of this chapter. Once upon a time, while Lord Krishna and Balaram were living peacefully in their great city of Dwarka, there was the rare occasion of a full solar eclipse, such as takes place at the end of every kalpa, or day of Brahma. At the end of every kalpa, the sun is covered by a great cloud, and incessant rain covers the lower planetary systems up to Svargaloka. By astronomical calculation, people were informed about this great eclipse prior to its taking place, and therefore everyone, both men and women, decided to assemble at the holy place in Kurukshetra, known as Samanta Panchaka. The Samanta Panchaka pilgrimage site is celebrated because Lord Parashuram performed great sacrifices there, after having killed all the Kshatriyas in the world 21 times. Lord Parashuram killed all the Kshatriyas, and their accumulated blood flowed like a stream. Lord Parashuram dug 5 big lakes at Samanta Panchaka and filled them with this blood. Lord Parashuram is Vishnu Tattva. As stated in the Ishopanishad, Vishnu Tattva cannot be contaminated by any sinful activity. Yet, although Lord Parashuram is fully powerful and uncontaminated, in order to exhibit ideal character, he performed great sacrifices at Samanta Panchaka to atone for his so-called sinful killing of the Kshatriyas. By his example, Lord Parashurama established that the killing art, although sometimes necessary, is not good. Lord Parashuram considered himself culpable for the sinful killing of the Kshatriyas. Therefore, how much more are we culpable for such abominable, unsanctioned acts? Thus, killing of living entities is prohibited from time immemorial all over the world. It was necessary for Lord Parashuram to kill the Kshatriyas on 21 separate occasions. They had become irreligious, out of control. But still, he felt that he was culpable, that he had to atone for this killing. Killing is generally not sanctioned. There's always some punishment for the act of killing. One cannot even kill an ant without being culpable. And therefore, the Vedic directions recommend various forms of prayashchita or atonement in order to become free from the sinful reactions of even inadvertent killing of other living entities, such as innocent creatures or insects, even ants. We're big, we have a large body, they're very tiny, we may step on them without realizing it, but you can't get away with it. There has to be some reaction for every action in this material world. So Krishna is kind and he gives us opportunities to become free from such reactions by purifying ourselves. So killing of living entities is prohibited from time immemorial all over the world. Taking advantage of the occasion of the solar eclipse, all important persons visited the holy place of pilgrimage. Some of the important personalities are mentioned as follows. Among the elderly persons there were Akrura, Vasudeva, and Ugrasena. Among the younger generation there were Gada, Pradyumna, Samba, and many other members of the Yadu dynasty who had come there with a view to atone for sinful activities accrued in the course of discharging their respective duties. Because almost all the members of the Yadu dynasty went to Kurukshetra, some important personalities like Aniruddha, the son of Pradyumna, and Kritavarma, the commander-in-chief of the Yadu dynasty, along with Suchandra, Shuka, and Sarana, remained in Dwaraka to protect the city. Just backing up a little bit to our point about prayashchita or atonement. We don't want to atone like the elephant takes bath in the river. And the elephant may be very dirty, muddy, and in order to clean itself, he may enter the water of the river. Yes, now he's nice and clean. But as soon as he gets back on the sandy bank, he rolls around in the dirt. So our atonement should not be like that. Not that we perform all kinds of sins, knowingly or unknowingly. And at the end of the week, we come to the priest and say, please give me absolution. Yes, purify me, free me from my sinful life, my sinful activities this past week. And the priest says, yes, now you are relieved. And then on the Monday, we again continue our sinful life. We do not desire such atonement. We want to atone in such a way that we are deterred completely from all sinful activities. So the greatest form of atonement is to take up the path of devotional service to Krishna. Because by the path of devotional service, one is not only released from the reactions to previous sins, but one is also purified in heart, purified in consciousness. People they continue to commit sinning as a result of impure consciousness and ignorance of their own spiritual identity. But when we receive spiritual knowledge, we become disinclined to perform further sins. Because everything begins with desire. So I might perform some sinful activity that I should not perform. And then I may try to atone for it by some religious observance or ritual or sacrifice. But if the desire to perform that activity still remains, then I will find myself performing it again. Even against my will. Arjuna says this to Krishna. What is it that impels one to commit sinful acts? Even unwillingly, as if by force. And Krishna says, it is lust only, Arjuna, which is the all-devouring sinful enemy of this world. It must be defeated at all costs. And Arjuna says, how can one do that? And Krishna says, by knowing oneself to be transcendental to the material senses, mind, and intelligence. One must control the mind by deliberate spiritual intelligence directed toward one's pure identity. In other words, by Krishna consciousness, by activities in Krishna consciousness, one can overcome lust. Because the activities of Krishna consciousness purify the heart. They fry the seeds of sinful desire. Yeah? You have a seed. If it's potent, there's potency in the seed. And you plant it in fertile soil, and you give it some water, then there's every chance that it will sprout. But if the seed is fried, dead seed, then no sprouting. So transcendental knowledge burns up the reactions to previous sins and also burns up the seeds of sinful desire. Which is good, because the sinful desire is what forces people to continue committing sins. Like if someone steals and they have a taste for stealing, they get a kick out of stealing, then they may be caught in the act and punished. But the desire to steal again remains. And if they're given another opportunity, they will take it. Again, they will steal. Because the seed of desire gives rise to the performance of the action, the sinful action. And as a result of performing that sinful action, one receives karma, prarabdha and aprarabdha. Manifest karma and karma that has not yet manifest. And one of the unmanifest reactions is that one has the proclivity, the kuta, to again do the same thing. And that kuta gives rise to another bija, another desire. Because the heart is not purified. Because one is still in ignorance of one's spiritual identity and relationship with the Lord. So how did we get into that? Hare Krishna. Okay. Yeah, I was backing up, wasn't I, from this point? I was talking about atonement. Atonement for sinful activity. So the greatest atonement one can perform, having, amassed heaps of sins and their reactions over lifetimes, the greatest atonement is activities of bhakti, bhakti yoga. Pleasing Krishna. This is the greatest atonement. Because we're also, by this process of bhakti yoga, we're also purifying the heart, or Krishna is purifying it. He's pleased by our endeavor to do something for him. Yeah? He's pleased by our willingness to hear about him, to chant his glories. And therefore, vidunoti suhrit sitam. He is the cleanser of all the filth in the heart. And Krishna cleans it up. And therefore Lord Chaitanya says, Cheto darpana marjanam, bhava mahadevagni nirvabhanam. The consciousness, the mind, is like a mirror. And that mirror is dirty, such that we don't see our real self. Yeah, if you look in a dusty mirror, you don't see yourself. If you give the mirror a good wipe, nice clean, you can see your real form. So when the chitta, the heart, or the mind, is purified, then one is able to see clearly one's spiritual nature. So what cleanses this heart is the loud congregational chanting of Krishna's holy names. Param Vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. Krishna Sankirtanam. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. When we chant these holy names of the Lord in unison, call and response, this is Sankirtanam. As long as we are intent on pleasing Krishna, of course. And this cleanses the mirror of the mind. This is the real method of atonement in this age of Kali, or any age, but especially in this age of Kali. Okay, so various personalities from the Yadu dynasty came to Samanta Panchaka, to Kurukshetra, to observe this solar eclipse. And others stayed behind to protect the city of Dwarka. All the members of the Yadu dynasty were naturally very beautiful. And yet on this occasion, when they appeared duly decorated with gold necklaces and flower garlands, dressed in valuable clothing and properly armed with their respective weapons, their natural beauty and personalities were 100 times enhanced. The members of the Yadu dynasty came to Kurukshetra in their gorgeously decorated chariots, resembling the airplanes of the demigods. Pulled by big horses that moved like the waves of the ocean. And some of them rode on sturdy, stalwart elephants that moved like the clouds in the sky. Their wives were carried on beautiful palanquins by beautiful men whose features resembled those of the Vidyadhus. The entire assembly looked as beautiful as an assembly of the demigods of heaven. After arriving in Kurukshetra, the members of the Yadu dynasty took their baths ceremoniously, with self-control, as enjoined in the Shastras, and they observed fasting for the whole period of the eclipse in order to nullify the reactions of their sinful activities. So this is another method. Especially on Ekadashi, by following Ekadashi, one becomes freed from heaps of sinful reactions. So they fasted during the solar eclipse. Since it is a Vedic custom to give in charity as much as possible during the hours of the eclipse, the members of the Yadu dynasty distributed many hundreds of cows in charity to the Brahmanas. All those cows were fully decorated with nice dress and ornaments. The special feature of these cows was that they had golden ankle bells and flower garlands on their necks. All the members of the Yadu dynasty again took their baths in the lakes created by Lord Parashuram. So long previously, Lord Parashuram had, created these lakes at Samanta Panchaka. And those lakes at that time were filled with the blood of all the Kshatriyas that were slain. So they became tirthas, holy places. So all the members of the Yadu dynasty again took their baths in the lakes created by Lord Parashuram. After this, they sumptuously fed the Brahmanas with first-class cooked food, all prepared in butter, not sunflower oil, butter or ghee. According to the Vedic system, there are two classes of food. One is called raw food, and the other is called cooked food. Does anyone know the name for raw food? In Bengal, they say kacha. Kacha, yeah. So kacha cola, unripe banana. You would use it in sabji. Kacha, paka, and pocha. If it's paka, it's just right. If it's pocha, it's past its best. So, raw food and cooked food. Raw food does not include raw vegetables and raw grains, but food boiled in water, right? That's actually raw. I'll read that again. Prabhupada says, raw food does not include raw vegetables and raw grains, but food boiled in water. Whereas cooked food is made in ghee. That's cooked. Chapatis, dal, rice, and ordinary vegetables are called raw foods, as are fruits and salads. But puris, kachuri, sangosas, sweet balls, etc. are called cooked foods, made in ghee. So if it's cooked in ghee, it's cooked. Otherwise, it's raw. If it's just boiled in water, it's considered raw. Yesterday I had some spelt grains that I had soaked for a while in water, and I blended them in a smoothie. But I'm now thinking I should have boiled them. That might have been a better idea. I'm not sure if... Anyway, boiled in water is raw, and not boiled but soaked in water is definitely more raw, but maybe not as easy on the digestion. Okay. So ghee, cooked in ghee, then it's much more digestible. All the Brahmanas invited on that occasion by the members of the Yadu dynasty were fed sumptuously with cooked food. The ceremonial functions performed by the members of the Yadu dynasty externally resembled the ritualistic performances performed by the karmis. When a karmi performs some ritualistic ceremony, his ambition is sense gratification. Good position, good wife, good house, good children, or good wealth. These are the four goods. Position, wife, house, children, 5, and wealth. These are the 5 good goods that everyone's after. But the ambition of the members of the Yadu dynasty was different. Their ambition was to offer perpetual faith and devotion to Krishna. All the members of the Arati dynasty were great devotees. As such, after many births of accumulated pious activities, they were given the chance to associate with Lord Krishna. You know, what kind of living entities get to take birth in Krishna's family when he appears and associate him and see him every day? They must have heaps of pious credit. So after many births of accumulated pious activities, they were given the chance to associate with Lord Krishna. In going to take their baths in the place of pilgrimage at Kurukshetra, or observing the regulative principles during the solar eclipse, or feeding the brahmanas, in all their activities, they simply thought of devotion to Krishna. Their ideal worshipable Lord was Krishna, and no one else. After feeding the brahmanas, it is the custom for the host, with their permission, to accept prasadam. Thus, with the permission of the brahmanas, all the members of the Yadu dynasty took lunch. Then they selected resting places underneath big, shadowy trees, and when they had taken sufficient rest, they prepared to receive visitors, among whom there were relatives and friends, as well as many subordinate kings and rulers. There were the rulers of the Matsya province, Ushinara province, Koshala province, Vidarbha province, Kuru province, Sunjaya province, Cambodia province, Kekaya province, and many other countries and provinces. Some of the rulers belonged to opposing parties, and some were friends. But above all, the visitors from Vrindavana were most prominent. The residents of Vrindavana, headed by Nanda Maharaj, had been living in great anxiety because of separation from Krishna and Balaram. Taking advantage of the solar eclipse, they all came to see their life and soul, Krishna and Balaram. The inhabitants of Vrindavan were well-wishers and intimate friends of the Yadu dynasty. This meeting of the two parties after long separation was a very touching incident. Both the Yadus and the residents of Vrindavan felt such great pleasure in meeting and talking together that it was a unique scene. Meeting after long separation, they were all jubilant. Their hearts were throbbing and their faces appeared like freshly bloomed lotus flowers. There were drops of tears falling from their eyes. The hairs on their bodies stood on end. And because of their extreme ecstasy, they were temporarily speechless. In other words, they began to dive in the ocean of happiness. While the men were meeting in that way, the women were also meeting one another in the same manner. They were embracing each other in great friendship, smiling very mildly and looking at one another with much affection. When they were embracing each other in their arms, the saffron and kumkuma spread on their breasts was exchanged from one person to another, and they all felt heavenly ecstasy. Due to such heart-to-heart embracing, torrents of tears glided down their cheeks. The juniors were offering obeisances to the elders, and the elders were offering their blessings to the juniors. They were thus welcoming one another and asking after each other's welfare. Ultimately, however, all their talk was only of Krishna. All the neighbors and relatives were connected with Lord Krishna's pastimes in this world. And as such, Krishna was the center of all their activities. Whatever activities they performed, social, political, religious, or conventional, were transcendental. Any thoughts, comments, questions so far? It's not obligatory. Let's continue, yeah. Okay. The real elevation of human life rests on knowledge and renunciation. As stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam in the first canto, devotional service rendered to Krishna automatically produces perfect knowledge and renunciation. Janayatyasu vairagam jnanam chayarayataka. Devotional service yields knowledge and renunciation. The family members of the Yadu dynasty and the cowherd men of Vrindavan had their minds fixed on Krishna. That is the symptom of all knowledge. And because their minds were always engaged in Krishna, they were automatically freed from all material activities. This stage of life is called Yukta Vairagya, as enunciated by Srila Rupa Goswami. Knowledge and renunciation, therefore, do not mean dry speculation and renunciation of activities. Rather, one must start speaking and acting only in relationship with Krishna. This is knowledge and renunciation. Speaking and acting only in relationship with Krishna. In this meeting at Kurukshetra, Kunti Devi and Vasudev, who were sister and brother, met after a long period of separation, along with their respective sons and daughters-in-law, wives, children, and other family members. By talking among themselves, they soon forgot all their past miseries. Kunti Devi especially addressed her brother Vasudeva as follows. My dear brother, I am very unfortunate because not one of my desires has ever been fulfilled. Otherwise, how could it happen that although I have such a saintly brother as you, perfect in all respects, you did not inquire from me as to how I was passing my days in a distressed condition of life. Srila Prabhupada writes, it appears that Kunti Devi was remembering the miserable days when she had been banished along with her sons through the mischievous plans of Dhritarashtra and Duryodhana. She continued, my dear brother, I can understand that when providence goes against someone, even one's nearest relatives also forget him. In such a condition, even one's father, one's mother, or one's children will forget him. Therefore, my dear brother, I do not accuse you. Vasudeva replied to his sister, my dear sister, do not be sorry and do not blame me in that way. We should always remember that we all are only toys in the hands of providence. I read something similar today in the 5th or the 6th chapter of the first canto. Srila Narada Muni was telling Vyasadeva about his previous life, his birth previously as the son of a maidservant, and how he received the blessings of great Bhaktivedantas, and that's how he became advanced in Krishna consciousness. So he learned so many things from those great sages. They taught him practically how to worship the Lord. And then they left to go to their different places. They had only stayed where he was during the months of the rainy season in autumn. And then they left. He said that he was bound by the affection of his mother, who was a simple maidservant. And she had no other support. And she considered herself his only support. So he was bound by her affection. But then, he says, according to the will of providence, she was bitten by a snake and passed away. And then he was alone again. He took this as a great blessing. He actually considered that this is Krishna's blessing. He is now freeing me completely so that I can exclusively dedicate myself to his service. So he was saying that this is the will of providence. This is fate. as fate would have it. Yeah? And he actually mentions that we are all like playthings, like puppets, toys in the hands of the Almighty. So this is a very interesting assertion from a philosophical point of view. Because who wants to think that they are merely a plaything to be moved and manipulated by a higher power? We all like to think that we are autonomous, that we have absolute freedom, which is ridiculous, because if we just analyze our own condition and what we're forced to do every day, then our range of freedom is very tiny, extremely tiny. We have very minute free will. Yeah? We are born in this world into certain circumstances that we really have no say over. The environment around us, the conditions, what others are doing, how much of it can we control? Practically none of it. So many things happen to us, and we respond to all of those things according to our own nature. And people will say, why didn't you respond differently? I couldn't. You know? This is who I am. This is the way I'm made. Right? I wish I was different. You know? Krishna says everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities he has acquired from the three modes of material nature. So, this material energy of which we are in which we are embroiled, dictates to us, you must act like this. You must behave like that. If you have the body of a dog, you'll have to bark at the passing pedestrian. Yeah? If you're in the body of a chicken, you must cluck like a chicken. You don't have a choice. Right? If you're in the body of a woman, then you'll behave like a woman. If you're in the body of a man, you'll behave like a man. Maybe not as well as a man should. That requires training also. But still, according to the prakriti, according to the nature, according to the field of activities, yeah, one will, like a passenger, be carried along. You're in a particular kind of machine, and your machine is built to certain specifications, you know? Including the mind and the intelligence and the false ego, the subtle machine. It has certain specifications. You get into a Porsche, you can go from 0 to 100 in however short time it takes. And this is not an advertisement for Porsches. But still, right? You get into a highly tuned sports car, it will do what a highly tuned sports car does. Yeah? And if you get into a, Reliant Robin that was put together in 1978 or something, then it's not going to do what the sports car does. Every machine is built according to its specification. And thus, finding ourselves in a particular machine, we will act according to the specification of the machine. Now that doesn't absolve us of all responsibility for our actions. Yes? The actions are performed by material nature, and the reactions are also received by this body. Yes? The body does the actions, the body receives the reactions. And we, the soul, are sitting in the machine feeling very sorry that, why is this happening to me? Why is this happening to me? Because I think I'm the machine. I think I'm the body. Why is that happening to me? Yeah? We're going along for the ride. We're going along for the ride. And we're thinking, this is all happening to me. But the soul has nothing to do with the actions and reactions of this material world. So either we're going to be dictated to by Maya or by Krishna, his divine internal spiritual energy. We're going to be under the protection, under the auspices of one of these two energies. Krishna's external energy or his internal energy. When we take up devotional service to the Lord, when we surrender to Krishna, then we come under the protection of his internal spiritual energy. But as long as we're not surrendered to Krishna, then we are carried along by the waves of this external energy and forced to act according to the nature we have acquired from Mother Nature. So when you realize that I'm sat in a roller coaster car, and I have no control over where it's going and how fast and the ups and the downs, then you'll think, boy oh boy, get me out of here. Yeah, Krishna, tell me what I have to do. I surrender. I am a soul surrendered unto you. Yes? Get me off this roller coaster. So, Vasudeva, Queen Kunti's brother, said, "My dear sister, do not be sorry and do not blame me in that way. We should always remember that we are only toys in the hands of Providence. Everyone is under the control of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is under his control only that all kinds of fruitive actions and the resultant reactions take place." Right? So action and reaction. Actions for trying to enjoy the sense objects of this world, and the reactions to those actions are all under the control of Lord Krishna. By his plenary expansion, of course, Super Soul. My dear sister, you know that we were very much harassed by King Kamsa. And by his persecutions, we were scattered here and there. We were always full of anxieties. Only in the last few days have we returned to our own places by the grace of God. So he's essentially saying that, my dear sister, you suffered in these ways, and we also were in difficulty. Yeah, what could I do for you? Right? And what could we do about it? No freedom. By the will of the Lord, ultimately, one is placed in a particular circumstance. For Krishna's devotees, he takes personal care. And for those who are not devotees, they are simply receiving the reactions to their fruitive activities. So they are well and truly strapped in to the ghost train. Strapped in to the ghost train. After this conversation, Vasudeva and Ugrasena received the kings who came to see them. And they sufficiently welcomed them all. Seeing Lord Krishna present on the spot, all the visitors felt transcendental pleasure and became very peaceful. Some of the prominent visitors were as follows: Bhishmadeva, Dronacharya, Dhritarashtra, Duryodhana, and the Gandhari along with her sons. King Yudhishthira along with his wife, and the Pandavas along with Kunti. Sanjaya, Vidura, Kripacharya, Kunti Bhoja, Virata, King Nagnajit, Purajit, Drupada, Shalya, Drishtaketu, the king of Kashi, Dhammakosha, Vishalaksha, the king of Mithila, the king of Madras, formerly known as Madra, the king of Kekaya, Yudhamanyu, Shusharma, Balika along with his sons, and many other rulers who were subordinate to King Yudhishthira. When they saw Lord Krishna with his thousands of queens, they became fully satisfied at the sight of such beauty and transcendental opulence. All who were there personally visited Lord Balaram and Krishna, and being properly welcomed by the Lord, they began to glorify the members of the Yadu dynasty, especially Krishna and Balaram. Because he was the king of the Bhojas, Ugrasena was considered the chief Yadu, and therefore the visitors specifically addressed him. Your Majesty Ugrasena, king of the Bhojas, factually the Yadus are the only persons within this world who are perfect in all respects. All glories unto you, all glories unto you. The specific condition of your perfection is that you are always seeing Lord Krishna, who is sought after by many mystic yogis, undergoing severe austerities and penances for great numbers of years. All of you are in direct touch with Lord Krishna at every moment. All the Vedic hymns are glorifying the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. The Ganges water is considered sanctified because of its being the water used to wash the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. The Vedic literatures are nothing but the injunctions of Lord Krishna. The purpose of the study of all the Vedas is to know Krishna. Therefore, the words of Krishna and the message of his pastimes are always purifying. By the influence of time and circumstances, all the opulences of this world had become almost completely wiped out. But since Krishna has appeared on this planet, all auspicious features have again appeared due to the touch of his lotus feet. You had a question, Shital? I'm sorry.
Okay.
It registered, and then Krishna is the source of all remembrance and forgetfulness. So I forgot, and now I've remembered again. What was it? Do you remember?
No, that's what I'm saying, it'll come back.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, so they're saying by the influence of time and circumstances, all the opulences of this world had become almost completely wiped out. But since Krishna has appeared on this planet, all auspicious features have again appeared due to the touch of his lotus feet. Because of his presence, all our ambitions and desires are gradually being fulfilled. Your Majesty, King of the Bhojas, you are related with the Yadu dynasty by matrimonial relationship and by blood relationship also. As a result, you are constantly in touch with Lord Krishna, and you have no difficulty in seeing him at any time. Lord Krishna moves with you, talks with you, sits with you, rests with you, and dines with you. The Yadus appear to be always engaged in worldly affairs, which are considered to lead to the royal road to hell. Let's read that again. The Yadus appear to be always engaged in worldly affairs, which are considered to lead to the royal road to hell. But due to the presence of Lord Krishna, the original personality of Godhead in the Vishnu category, who is omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent, all of you are factually relieved from all material contamination and are situated in the transcendental position of liberation and Brahman existence. So it appears that the Yadus are always engaged in worldly affairs, and worldly affairs simply take one to hellish existence. But because Lord Krishna is present with the Yadu family, all of the Yadus are factually relieved from all material contamination and situated in the transcendental position of liberation and Brahman existence. Vasudev Sattva. When they had heard that Krishna would be present in Kurukshetra because of the solar eclipse, the residents of Vrindavan, headed by Maharaj Nanda, had also decided to go there, and therefore all the members of the Yadu dynasty were attending. King Nanda, accompanied by his cowherd man, had loaded all their necessary paraphernalia on bullock carts. And all of the Vrindavan residents had come to Kurukshetra to see their beloved sons, Lord Balaram and Lord Krishna. When the cowherd man of Vrindavan arrived in Kurukshetra, all the members of the outer dynasty became most pleased. As soon as they saw the residents of Vrindavana, they stood up to welcome them. And it appeared that they had again regained their life. Both had been very eager to meet, and when they actually came forward and met, they embraced one another to their heart's satisfaction and remained in embrace for a considerable time. As soon as Vasudeva saw Nanda Maharaj, he jumped and ran over to him and embraced him very affectionately. Vasudeva began to narrate his past history, how he had been imprisoned by King Kamsa, how his babies had been killed, and how immediately after Krishna's birth, he had carried him to the place of Nanda Maharaj, and how Krishna and Balaram had been raised by Nanda Maharaj and his queen Yashoda as their own children. Similarly, Lord Balaram and Krishna also embraced King Nanda and Mother Yashoda, and then offered their respect unto their lotus feet by bowing down. Because of their filial affection for Nanda and Yashoda, both Lord Krishna and Balaram became choked up, and for a few seconds they could not speak. The most fortunate King Nanda and Mother Yashoda placed their sons on their laps and began to embrace them to their full satisfaction. Because of separation from Krishna and Balaram, both King Nanda and Yashoda had been merged in great distress for a very long time. Now, after meeting them and embracing them, all their sufferings were mitigated. After this, Krishna's mother Devaki and Balaram's mother Rohini both embraced Mother Yashoda. They said, "Dear Queen Yashoda Devi, both you and Nanda Maharaj have been great friends to us. And when we remember you, we are immediately overwhelmed by the thought of your friendly activities. We are so indebted to you that even if we were to return your benediction by giving you the opulence of the King of Heaven, it would not be enough to repay you for your friendly behavior. We shall never forget your kindly behavior toward us. When both Krishna and Balaram were born, before they even saw their real father and mother, they were entrusted to your care, and you raised them as your own children, fostering them as birds take care of their offspring in the nest. Right, birds take care of any of the fledglings that hatch in the nest, whether they happen to be their own or not, isn't it? You have nicely fed, nourished, and loved them, and have performed many auspicious religious ceremonies for their benefit. Actually, they are not our sons, they belong to you. Nanda Maharaj and yourself are the real father and mother of Krishna and Balaram. As long as they were under your care, they had not even a pinch of difficulty. Under your protection, they were completely out of the way of all kinds of fear. This most affectionate care which you have taken for them is completely befitting your elevated position. The most noble personalities do not discriminate between their own sons and the sons of others. And there cannot be any personalities more noble than Nanda Maharaj and yourself. As far as the gopis of Vrindavan were concerned, from the very beginning of their lives, they did not know anything beyond Krishna. Through their eyes and embraced him to their full satisfaction. Even though they were embracing Krishna only mentally, they became so ecstatic and overwhelmed with joy that for the time being, they completely forgot themselves. The ecstatic trance which they achieved simply by mentally embracing Krishna is impossible to achieve even for great yogis constantly engaged in meditation on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna could understand that the gopis were wrapped in ecstasy by embracing him in their minds. And therefore, since he is present in everyone's heart, he also reciprocated the embracing from within. So we'll continue. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not, because we have a celebration. I'm not allowed to use the word festival, otherwise the council will be upset. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say that. Hare Krishna. So, we have a celebration tomorrow because it is Sri Srivas Thakur's disappearance day. And so one of our devotees will talk about Srivas Thakur between 6 and 7 during the regular Bhagavad Gita slot. And from 5 to 6, our usual Krishna book time, we're going to be chanting Hare Krishna together. But we have advertised some Krishna Katha beginning at 4:30. Let's see if we manage to read anything. And if not, we will pick it up next week. Okay, so now we have Bhagavad Gita class. 7:24, right, Prabhu? Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. Everybody's out in the hot sun.
That's what it said, if there's no one, you preach to the four walls.
Well, you've got more than a few walls. There is the consistent presence of online listeners.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah, there's always somebody tuning in, you know? So, no need to be disappointed.
I'm not disappointed. You're here, Gokulanand is here. Oh, God. Hare Krishna. So, as Prabhuji said, no, I've got my Gita, so. We'll have the Bhagavad Gita class now on chapter 7, verse 24. Start with Kirtan. No. Oh, we have a Pratanga player. Revolve. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Nami Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasyatya Deshatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Tanya Gadadha Shiva Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shiva Sadiko Bhaktivedanta Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shiva Sadi Go Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Shri Radhe Kulananda Radha Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Sita Ram Jaya Lakshman Hanuman Lakshmana Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya 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 Gurudev Jaya Jaya Gurudev Gurudev Jai Guru Gaur Premanande Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hare Krishna. We'll have the Bhagavad Gita class on chapter 7, verse 24. The verse is on the screen. You want to come sit in the front if you don't mind? You can see the verse on the screen. If you like, you can repeat after me. Avyaktam vyaktimapannam Avyaktam vyaktimapannam Manyate mam abodhaya. The words are on the screen, you could repeat if you like. Manyante mam abodhaya Param bhavam ajananto Mama vyayam anuttamam. We'll read the translation by His Divine Grace, Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Okay. So there's the translation on the screen. Unintelligent men who do not know me perfectly think that I, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, was impersonal before and have now assumed this personality. Due to their small knowledge, they do not know my higher nature, which is imperishable and supreme. Purport by His Divine Grace, Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Those who are worshippers of demigods have been described as less intelligent persons, and here the impersonalists are similarly described. Actually, in the previous verse, verse 23, Krishna calls the demigod worshippers as men of small intelligence. In the previous verse, he says, men of small intelligence worship the demigods, and their fruits are limited and temporary. Those who worship the demigods, by demigods I mean Devi Devta. Those who worship the demigods go to the planets of the demigods, but my devotees ultimately reach my supreme planet. Now, Krishna in this verse goes one step further. So, in the previous verse, he says that demigod worshippers are less intelligent, but here he calls the impersonalists as unintelligent, abuddhaya. So, buddhi means intelligence, abuddhi means no intelligence. So those who are worshippers of demigods have been described as less intelligent persons. And here the impersonalists are similarly described. Lord Krishna in his personal form is here speaking before Arjun, and still due to ignorance, impersonalists argue that the Supreme Lord ultimately has no form. So there are various flavors of this impersonalism, we'll talk about that. But one of the points Srila Prabhupada is making here is that Krishna is personally present in the battlefield as a person. He's talking to Arjuna who is a person. Still these impersonalists, they say that the absolute truth has no form. So how silly could that be? Then Prabhupada goes on to say, Yamunacharya, a great devotee of the Lord in the disciplic succession of Ramanujacharya, Sri Sampradaya, has written a very appropriate verse in this connection. So Yamunacharya says in this verse, Tvam Shil Rupa Charitai Parama Prakrishthai Satvena Satvikataya Prabalaischa Shastrai Prakhyata Daiva Paramartha Vidam Mataischa Nirvasura Prakritaya Prabhavanti Bodhum. So Yamunacharya says, my dear Lord, devotees like Vyasadeva and Narada know you to be the personality of Godhead. By understanding different Vedic literatures, one can come to know your characteristics, your form, and your activities. And one can thus understand that you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But those who are in the modes of passion and ignorance, the demons, the non-devotees, they cannot understand you. They are unable to understand you. However, experts such non-devotees may be in discussing Vedanta and Upanishads and other Vedic literatures. It is not possible for them to understand the personality of Godhead. You see, in this world, it is natural to be an impersonalist. There's so much talk about artificial intelligence these days. Everything needs to be automated. Why? Because we want to remove the person from the picture. So ultimately, this is an extension of this impersonalist thought. Why do you need artificial intelligence? Because we don't need persons. Simple. Why all this automation? Rather than a person opening the door, I want to press a button so that a machine opens the door. I don't want a person. So inherently we are all impersonalists. That's why we are here. In the Brahma Samhita, Srila Prabhupada says in the purport, in the Brahma Samhita, it is stated that the personality of Godhead cannot be understood simply by study of the Vedanta literature. Only by the mercy of the Supreme Lord can the personality of the Supreme be known. Therefore, in this verse, it is clearly stated that not only are the worshippers of the demigods less intelligent, but why is Prabhupada calling the demigod worshippers less intelligent? Demigod worshippers are less intelligent because you have to understand that whatever the demigods can give you comes from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And whatever the demigods give you is temporary in nature. It's not permanent. Because the demigods are also living entities like us. So we are in this body temporarily, the demigods are also in their bodies temporarily. Right? So the fruits that they award us are perishable. And here Krishna says that my nature is imperishable and supreme, right? Which is quite opposite to that of demigods. Therefore, in this verse, it is clearly stated that not only are the worshippers of the demigods less intelligent, but those non-devotees who are engaged in Vedanta and speculation on Vedic literature without any tinge of true Krishna consciousness are also less intelligent. And for them, it is not possible to understand God's personal nature. So, what Prabhupada is saying in the purport is to understand Krishna as a person, you need intelligence, right? So, if you are not intelligent, you will not accept Krishna as a person. Persons who are under the impression that the absolute truth is impersonal are described as abuddhaya. So, impersonal means no form, formless. So, persons who are under the impression that the absolute truth is impersonal are described as abuddhaya, which means those who do not know the ultimate feature of the absolute truth. Now, absolute truth is realized in 3 stages: Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagwan. So, Brahman is the impersonal feature of the Lord. So, it's like saying God is everywhere. So, that is an impersonal feature. So, you cannot see Him, but He's everywhere. Yeah, you can feel His presence. And Paramatma feature is the localized aspect of the Supreme. So the yogis realize the Paramatma in the heart. So Krishna is present as Paramatma in the hearts of all living entities, not only human beings, all living entities. And then the highest feature of the Absolute Truth is Bhagwan, the all blissful form of the Lord, Shri Krishna. It's like, it's an example, you're standing at a platform, at a train station, you're waiting for the train to come. So when you cannot see the train, but how do you know the train is approaching? Because you can hear the horn from a distance. You still cannot see the train. But because you heard the horn, you know the train is coming. You know about the presence of train. So that is the impersonal form. And after a while, you see from a distance, this light on the engine, and you see that there's something tangible. You still cannot see the train, but you can see some impression of the train from a distance. So you know the train is coming. So that is the localized Paramatma aspect. And when the train arrives at the platform, you can see the train, you can take your seat. That is the Bhagwan realization. You can see the train in person, like that. So, moving on, Srila Prabhupada says in the Srimad Bhagavatam it is stated that supreme realization begins from the impersonal Brahman, then rises to the localized Supersoul, Paramatma. But the ultimate word in the absolute truth is the personality of Godhead. Modern impersonalists are still less intelligent, for they do not even follow their great predecessor Shankaracharya, who has specifically stated that Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. Impersonalists, therefore, not knowing the supreme truth, think Krishna to be only the son of Devaki and Vasudeva, or a prince or a powerful living entity. This is also condemned in the Bhagavad Gita 9:11. In chapter 9, verse 11, Krishna says, Avjananti mam muda manushim tanum ashritam, which means only the fools regard me as an ordinary person. Krishna also elsewhere in the Bhagavad Gita says, in chapter 4, I think verse 25, Krishna says, Janma karma chame divyam evam yo veti tattvata tyaktva deham punar janma naiti mameti so Arjuna. Sorry, what's that verse? It's not this one. It's not 425. Anyway, so in that verse, Krishna says that the one who understands the nature of my appearance and activities after leaving this body do not take birth in this world again. Then Prabhupada says, the fact is that no one can understand Krishna without rendering devotional service and without developing Krishna consciousness. There are many people who say that we don't believe in God because we cannot see God. Seeing is believing. Have you heard that? I only believe what I see. There are so many things we have not seen but we believe. Right? But when it comes to God, they want God to be present in front of them. But will you accept the existence of God if God comes and stands in front of you? No, you will still not, if you are not his devotee. Krishna says, Bhaktya mam abhijanati yavan yaschashmi tattvata. Only my devotee can understand me. Krishna was also present in front of Duryodhana. Did he understand Krishna as God? He actually wanted to arrest Krishna. Krishna was face to face with. So it's just, even if Krishna comes face to face with you, it does not mean that you will accept Krishna. No. What is that saying in English? A man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. Simple, isn't it? The fact that no one can understand. The fact is that no one can understand Krishna without rendering devotional service and without developing Krishna consciousness. Srila Prabhupada's guru. So there's Srila Prabhupada here. His Gurudev, the picture on the right of Srila Prabhupada. So it says, its name is Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur. He once said that we should not try to see Krishna, but we should serve Krishna in a way that Krishna may want to see us. What will we do by seeing Krishna? What will we get? Right? But we should serve Krishna in a way that Krishna may take notice and see, who's this person who's serving me so nicely? Let me go and see him. So Prabhupada makes it very clear here that without rendering devotional service and without developing Krishna bhakti, Krishna consciousness, you cannot understand Krishna. Right? Because by serving Krishna, you will please him. And when you please Krishna, he will reveal himself to you. In the very next verse, 725, Krishna says, Naham Prakasha Sarvasya verse. Krishna says, I am never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them, I am covered by my internal potency, and therefore they do not know that I am unborn and infallible. Yeah? So it is Krishna's prerogative who he reveals himself to. You cannot demand to see Krishna. You cannot even demand to see the Prime Minister of this country. What to speak of God? Just because you want to see the Prime Minister, can you see the Prime Minister? No. You have no qualification, right? So you need some qualification even to see a prime minister of the country. So you think that, God should appear in front of you like that? No. You have to do something. There's a process that needs to be followed, right? Which is very scientific. And then Prabhupada says, the Bhagavatam 10:14-29 confirms this. Athapi te deva padambujadvaya prasad leshanu grihit evahi janati tattvam bhagwan mahimno na chanya ekopi chiram vichinvan. My Lord, if one is favored by even a slight trace of the mercy of your lotus feet, he can understand. He can understand. My Lord, if one is favored by even a slight trace of the mercy of your lotus feet, he can understand the greatness of your personality. But those who speculate to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead are unable to know you, even though they continue to study the Vedas for many years. So Prabhupada is saying it's just because you study Vedas for many years doesn't mean you'll understand the Supreme. The qualification to understand the Supreme is to serve Him in devotion. One cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, or His form, quality, or name simply by mental speculation or by discussing Vedic literature. One must understand Him by devotional service. Prabhupada is emphasizing the point of devotional service. When one is fully engaged in Krishna consciousness, beginning by chanting the Mahamantra Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, then only can one understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So there are 9 processes of bhakti, and it starts with Shravanam. Shravana means hearing. Hearing is the most prominent sense, right? So when there's a fire at home in the night you're sleeping, you cannot hear the fire. You'll hear the fire alarm. Because fire will not make noise. It'll just come very quietly to you. Right? Whether you like it or not, you'll embrace the fire. But if there's a fire alarm, it'll go tan, tan, although the sound is very irritating, but it'll wake you up. Why? Because you heard the alarm. You can't hear the fire. Because the hearing is the most... Is it me? Sorry. Because hearing is the most prominent sense. So, the process of bhakti starts with hearing. See, you cannot see Krishna with your eyes. What can you see? You'll see a marble statue, or you'll see a beautifully decorated doll. But you cannot see Krishna unless you've heard about Krishna, unless you know who Krishna is. So you may go in front of the Prime Minister of the country, but you may not recognize him because you don't know who the Prime Minister is, for example. Right? So what good is the Prime Minister being present in front of you if you don't know who he is? You'll not. Similarly, if you do not know who Krishna is, how do you know who Krishna is? When you hear about Krishna. When you hear about Krishna, when you hear about his qualities, his form, his pastimes, then when you come in front of Krishna, you recognize him. Oh, he's Krishna. How beautiful. He's got a flute, he's got nice turban, he stands in a threefold bending form. Right? You'll not appreciate any of that unless you hear about Krishna from a devotee of Krishna. Non-devotee impersonalists think that Krishna has a body made of this material nature and that all his activities, his form and everything are Maya. These impersonalists are known as Mayavadis. They do not know the ultimate truth. Now there are various types of impersonalists. So these Mayavadis are impersonalists, but there is a subtle difference between impersonalist and Mayavadi. So Maya means illusion, Vad means teaching. So the teaching of illusion is Mayavad. This is very prominent in India, especially in the followers of Shankaracharya and also in general. As I said, we are by default impersonalists. So what's the difference? So impersonalist is someone who's attracted to the impersonal form of the Absolute. He wants to merge in the Brahman effulgence. We talked about Brahman, Paramatma and Bhagavan. So he wants to merge in the impersonal form of the Lord. The Mayavadi also does the same, but he's one step higher because he defies the personality of God. He says God has no form. So he goes one step further than an impersonalist. He says God's form is Maya. So what does that mean? He says, And also he believes, you are God, I am God, everyone is God. They address each other as Narayan and they offer each other obeisances. But strangely, they would not go to a temple of Narayan and offer obeisances to Narayan. They'll call each other Narayan, offer each other obeisances, but not to the real Narayan. See? What a... so, the point I was trying to make was, so the difference between impersonalist and Mayavadi. So impersonalist does not believe in the form. He wants to merge in the form of the Lord. But Mayavadi not only does not believe in the form, but Mayavadi says everything is Maya, even Krishna is Maya. That's why Lord Chaitanya says, Mayavadi bhashya shunile hoye sarva nash. When you hear the Mayavad philosophy, you will attain the perfection of sarvanash. It will be a complete disaster for you, just by hearing Mayavad philosophy. Why? Because Mayavadis deny the form of Krishna. Simple. Right? So they are offenders at the lotus feet of Krishna. And one who hears their philosophy also joins the club. The 20th verse clearly states, Kames tes te rit jnana prapadyante nya devata. Those who are blinded by lusty desires surrender unto different demigods. Why lusty desires? Say, I want a beautiful wife, I want a big home, I want a big bank balance, I want a good job, I want riches, whatever. So all these are lusty desires. So the one who is motivated with lusty desires, they generally approach the demigods. This demigod will fulfill that desire, that demigod will fulfill that desire, this puja will do this puja will do that. So they are always after demigod worship because they can quickly obtain some results. Right? So it helps fulfill their lusty desires. It is accepted that besides the Supreme Personality of Godhead, there are demigods who have their different planets, and the Lord also has a planet. So there's a picture of the Lord's planet here. This is the picture of the spiritual world. But similarly, in the material world, there are planets of demigods. So if you've heard of Indra, Chandra, Vayu, Surya, all these demigods, they do not live here in Watford or England or even in India. They live on their own heavenly planets, right? So if you worship Chandra or if you worship Indra, if you worship Surya, you may go to their planets. But the problem with going to their planets is it is only temporary. So you live for, let's say, 100 years on this planet. On their planet, you will live for 10,000 years. But still, there's an end date, right? So you have to come back after that period expires. As stated in the 23rd verse, Devan Dev Yajo Yanti Mad Bhakta Yanti Mam Api. The worshippers of the demigods go to the different planets of the demigods, and those who are the devotees of Lord Krishna go to the Krishna Lok planet. So there's the picture of Krishna Lok planet there, where Krishna is personally present. Although this is clearly stated, the foolish impersonalists still maintain that the Lord is formless and that these forms are impositions of. When this impositions means imposition of Maya, this is a Mayavi form, illusory form. If someone asks them, so why have you taken this illusory form? So Mayavadis say we are formless. When we leave this form, we'll be liberated and will become formless again. We'll merge into the supreme Brahman, the impersonal Brahman. Then why did you take the trouble to take this form? If you are God yourself, how did someone force you to take a body? Why do you have to take the trouble of Janma, Mrityu, Jara, Vyadhi? If you are God yourself, why have you taken this miserable form? Why have you, as Krishna explains this material world as Dukhalayam Ashashvatam, why have you come to this place of Dukha, which is Ashashvat, means temporary? Right? So it is all their arguments are very, very illogical but very attractive at the same time. Imagine if someone calls you God, it feels good. Oh, am I God? Yes, you are, so am I. So everyone is God. So if everyone is God, why would Krishna in the 18th chapter says you surrender unto me? What's that verse? Sarv dharman parityaja mam ekam. Why mam ekam? Ek means mine. He didn't say, okay, take shelter of any of the gods. Everyone is God. Mera shelter lena to bhi theek hai, inka lena inka bhi theek. Everyone is God, right? Then why is Krishna saying, mam ekam sharanam raja? Only my shelter. If everyone is God, So yeah, it's a silly argument, but it's very attractive. Yeah, someone calls you God, and like I was once in the Govind Dev Ji temple in Jaipur, and I was doing parikrama of the deity, and this person dressed in saffron, he stopped me, and he said, "Do you know who am I?" I was like, "No, I don't know." He said, "I am the same person who you are circumambulating." Can you believe that? This is Babaji, big Dadi, Hare Krishna. He said, I am that person who you are circumambulating. So I remembered one time Prabhupada was in Kumbh Mela, and Prabhupada was walking with his disciples, and Prabhupada came across this Mayavadi, I'm God. So Prabhupada said, please accept my humble obeisance, and Prabhupada moved on. So immediately that thought came to my mind. I said, please accept my pranams. And I moved on. So it is so cheap, but it is also very common, especially in India. This Mayavad philosophy, that I am God, you are God, everyone is God. That's why Prabhupada calls them Abuddhaya, means men of no intelligence. So at least Krishna gives some credit to demigod worshippers. He calls them less intelligent. But here, the Mayavadis, he calls them unintelligent, with no intelligence at all. Obviously, it's so illogical what they believe in. But there are so many of them. Although this is clearly stated, the foolish impersonalists still maintain that the Lord is formless and that these forms are impositions. From the study of the Gita, does it appear that the demigods and their abodes are impersonal? Clearly, neither the demigods nor Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, are impersonal. They are all persons. Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and he has his own planet, and the demigods have theirs. Therefore, the monastic contention that the ultimate truth is formless and that form is imposed does not hold true. It is clearly stated here that it is not imposed. From the Bhagavad Gita, we can clearly understand that the forms of the demigods and the form of the Supreme Lord are simultaneously existing, and the Lord Krishna is Satchidananda, which means eternal, blissful knowledge. The Vedas also confirm that the Supreme Absolute Truth is Anandamaya Bhyasat, or by nature full of blissful pleasure. So if you are the Supreme Absolute Truth, you should always be blissful. But these Mayavadis who claim to be God have taken these miserable human forms. They also go to the dentist and the doctors. Why? You are God. You don't need to go see a dentist. Eh? You should be always blissful like Krishna. Why don't you lift the Govardhan hill? You say you are God. Go lift. Forget about God. You just lift a small stone in the little finger of your left hand. You can't do that. If you ask them why, they say, oh, I'm covered by Maya. But if you're God, how come Maya is controlling you? Right? So that's why Krishna very, very aptly calls them unintelligent. The Vedas also confirm that the Supreme Absolute Truth is Anandamaya Bhyasat, or by nature full of blissful pleasure, and that he is the reservoir of unlimited auspicious qualities. And in the Gita, the Lord says that although he is Aja, unborn, he still appears. That's why Krishna says, Janma karma cha me divyam. Someone who understands my appearance and my activities never has to take birth again in this material world. So Krishna is unborn, but how is he unborn? That you need to understand. There are the facts. These are the facts we should understand from the Bhagavad Gita. We cannot understand how the Supreme Personality of Godhead can be impersonal. The imposition theory of the impersonalist monist is false as far as the statements of Gita are concerned. It is clear herein that the Supreme Absolute Truth, Lord Krishna, has both form and personality. If Krishna did not have the form and personality, he would not emphasize on the importance of understanding his activities. If you don't have a form, there's no concept of activities. So these Mayavadis not only deny the form, they also deny any variegatedness, any activities. Yeah? And the impersonalists come in different flavors. They're very interesting terms. So we talked about Mayavad and impersonalism, but there are some related terms as well. and you might have heard of some of them. So one is Nirishwarvadi. So what is Nirishwarvadi? So Ishwar is God. Nirishwarvadi means the one who does not believe in Ishwar. Simply we call them Nastik. In Hindi we say Nastik, atheist. I don't believe in God. Simple. So that is a Nirishwarvadi. Then there is someone called a Brahmavadi. So Brahmavadis are also impersonalists. They are also attracted to the impersonal form of the Lord. They want to merge in the impersonal form of the Lord. But they do not deny the personal form of the Lord. Right? So that's the difference. And Krishna accepts their path. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna accepts that there are people who are Brahmavadis, but their path is difficult. So if you go to chapter 12, Krishna talks about them very briefly in 12.4 and 5. Krishna says here, but those who fully worship the unmanifested, that which lies beyond the perception of the senses, the all-pervading, inconceivable, unchanging, fixed and immovable, the impersonal conception of absolute truth, by controlling the he's talking about the Gyanis. By controlling the various senses and being equally disposed to everyone, such persons engaged in the welfare of all at last achieve me. And then Krishna says, but for those whose minds are attached to the unmanifested impersonal feature of the Supreme, advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in that discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied. So you have a body, but you want to achieve a form which is formless. So obviously it's going to be difficult, right? Then there's Mayavadi. So Mayavadi are also impersonalists, but the difference between Brahmavadi and Mayavadi is that Mayavadis also deny the form of Krishna. They deny the personal form of God. Unlike the Brahmavadis. So Mayavadis consider the ultimate reality to be Maya. So they say that, we have, under the influence of Maya, we have taken on this body, but once we leave this body, we'll be liberated and merge into the impersonal effulgence and will become God again. And there's also a Shunyavadi. So in Prabhupada's Pranam Mantra, we say, what's that? Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshtarine. So Shunyavad. So Shunyavad is a Buddhistic philosophy. It talks about everything being zero. So, or void, or emptiness. So there's a particular Buddhist philosophy called Madhyamika that propagates this teaching that everything is ultimately empty of any existence. And the ultimate peace comes from nullifying all existence or self-identity. Then there are another flavor called Nirakarvadi. So Nirakarvadi is also impersonalist. You heard in India there are many Nirakarvadis. So they do not believe in a form of the Lord. But depending on their alignment, they could either be Brahmavadi or Mayavadi, right? But one thing they stick to is there is no form of the absolute truth. They are Nirakar. Akar means form, Nirakar means there is no form. And then again, Nirvisheshvadi. So Prabhupada Pranam Mantra, we have two terms, Shunyavad and Nirvisheshvad. So Visheshta means some speciality, some special attribute, right? So if I say, what is your Visheshta? So this man has a nice mustache and a beard, that is his Visheshta, an attribute. But Nirvisheshvadi say that there is the absolute truth has no attributes, right? So, or any distinguished characteristic. And Prabhupada also uses the term impersonalist. Say impersonalist is a very general term, but there are subtle differences between all these. But in our Gaudiya Vaishnavism, we consider the energies and the characteristics of the Lord as separate from the Lord, like his name, form, pastimes. These are his Visheshita, Vishesh. So Nirvishesh means there is nothing Vishesh, nothing special, no attribute. But ours is opposite to that. We believe in the Visheshta or the specific attributes of the absolute truth, his name, form, pastimes, and so on. So these are the different categories of impersonalists. Does anyone have any questions or comments? No? So, coming back to the verse, so Krishna is speaking about people who deny that God has a form. Krishna says, unintelligent men who do not know me perfectly think that I, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, was impersonal before, and have now assumed this personality. So they say that ultimate reality or absolute truth is impersonal. So they accept Krishna, but they say Krishna has taken this form because he has come under Maya. So this is an illusory form. Right? So like we are Narayan, he is also Narayan, everyone is God. Right? So similarly, Krishna has also come under Maya and assumed this form. So due to their small knowledge, they do not know my higher nature, which is imperishable and supreme. I mean, it's also, Prabhupada also, other place gives the analogy of the sun. So yes, so there, of course, as we said, the absolute truth is realized in 3 stages: Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagwan. And so similarly, God also has the, so in the example of the sun, so there is the sun globe, the sun planet, and then the sun rays. So how do we perceive the presence of the sun? So there is a sunshine in the room. That means sun is present. Sunshine cannot come out of thin air. There has to be sun to be sunshine, right? To have the sunshine. To say that the God, ultimate reality, has no form is illogical, even by, just using this analogy. So if there is a sunshine, then there is a sun. So that means there is a sun globe. And if there is a sun globe, there is a presiding deity of the sun planet, who is Surya. There is someone who is controlling the sun. You and I are not deciding how far sun should be from the earth. Imagine if the sun was few meters closer to the earth, we'll all be, like we are struggling in 35 degrees. Imagine what the temperature, no living entities could survive on the earth, right? So similarly, or the example of fire, you feel the heat, but you cannot feel the heat without fire. There has to be fire, right? So denying the existence of the form of fire is illogical. So this Mayavad philosophy that ultimately everything is an illusion and everyone is God is very illogical, right? And they're also called aparadhis, Mayavadi, Krishna aparadhi, because they deny the personal form of Krishna. They deny, not only, so when they deny the form of Krishna, that means they also deny the form, the pastimes, the activities, everything of Krishna, right? So it's a very illogical premise. Not something that attracts the devotees, but something that we need to be aware of. As I said, that inherently we are all impersonalists. That's why there's so much emphasis on automating everything. Now we have artificial intelligence, we'll have something else. They're talking about putting some chips in your head in the future. And all this because they want to take the person out of the picture. Simple. So that is everyone's inherent tendency. So we are going against the tide when we are accepting the form of Krishna. Right? That is why Prabhupada repeatedly emphasizes on the importance of devotional service. Not just devotion. Not only devotion, devotional service. You must do service. Because unless you do service, because if something is formless, there is no question of service. Service kya karna hai? If there is no form, you cannot serve a formless person. So because there is a person you can serve. So why are devotees serving Krishna? Because Krishna has a form. When the curtains open, you will see his form. But how much you appreciate Krishna's form depends on how much you know about Krishna. And you know about Krishna by hearing about Krishna, right? From a bona fide source, from a devotee of Krishna. A devotee of Krishna reveals the form and pastimes of Krishna to you. So when you see Krishna on the altar, you can appreciate the form. And then you would want to serve Krishna. Like people when they come to temple, they bring some flowers or they make a donation, or you'll see people doing manual services, cleaning the temple room, serving in the Goshala. Why? Because they recognize Krishna as a form. Right? They want to serve and please Krishna. If something is formless, what is the question of serving and pleasing? Right? So that is why it is very important that we serve Krishna. And we serve Krishna, not only serve Krishna, but we hear about Krishna. Right? Because the process of bhakti starts with hearing, shravanam. Right? Unless you hear about Krishna, you cannot see Krishna. You cannot see Krishna with your eyes. You only see Krishna by your ears. Because by your ears you hear about Krishna, and when you see the form, then you appreciate. Right? If you do not know who Krishna is, even if Krishna comes in front of you, you cannot appreciate Krishna. Right? Alright, so we'll have Arati in 3-4 minutes. I think there's another class at 7 o'clock by Bhanu Maharaj. in the temple room? Or is it in the Haveli? Oh, okay. Is it here or 7? No? Yeah, the time was 7. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay. So thank you very much. You have braved the heat and you have come to the temple. You will be taking darshan of Krishna. But more important than taking darshan of Krishna is to understand what Krishna wants us to do. And what Krishna wants us to do is mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna spoke the Gita to Arjuna, not only for Arjuna, but for all of us. Arjuna was not in any doubts, but he was asking all these questions to prompt Krishna to speak the Gita for our benefit. So if you do not have a copy of the Gita, I request you to take a copy of Gita and read the Bhagavad Gita every day. Mahatma Gandhi once said that he bathes his intelligence in the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita. Or was it Einstein? One of them, isn't it? Gandhi or Einstein. So all the prominent people of the world appreciate the philosophy in the Gita. So please read it on a daily basis and nourish your intelligence. Please keep coming. And also think about how you can serve and please Krishna. If you like someone, you want to do something for that person, isn't it? So I think that's it for now, unless someone has any questions or comments. I've made everything so clear to you. Thank you so much. Everything. Can we? So can we? So yeah, we need to prepare for the Arati. Yeah?
श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद की जय सिया राम लखन हनुमान की जय श्री गौनिताय की जय श्री प्रभुपाद की जय की बजायो जयो गोरा चांदे आरती वदन उज्ज्वला के बाबाहु कोटि चंद जिनी वदन उज्ज्वला गोकुलानंद की जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय श्री गौर निताय की जय शिला प्रभुपाद की गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि।
Thank you very much all for attending the Arati. Can I request everyone to sit down for 5 minutes? We'll have the nursing prayers for our protection. Namaste Narasimhaya. नरसिंह भगवान की, प्रहलाद महाराज की, गौर प्रेमानंदे, हरि हरि बोल. Thank you very much all for attending the Arati. Prashadam is now being served outside in the adjacent room, and the next Arati will be at 9 o'clock. Hello all. Bhanu Swami will also be here for a class starting imminently. So this will be probably about 1 to 1.5 hour class. So people are more than welcome to listen to Swamiji. Bhanu Swami here.
Hare Krishna. Shortly, Maharaj will be coming in for the wonderful talk that we're having this evening. I just would like to introduce Maharaj by the time he's here, and then we'll do a short kirtan. Now we can have wonderful Sangha with His Holiness Bhanu Swami Maharaj. I'm sure now all of us in the temple room who we are already know Bhanu Swami. He is one of the most prominent ISKCON gurus right now that we have currently. He is direct disciple of our spiritual master A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. His Holiness Bhanu Swami Maharaj was born in Canada on 26th of December 1948 to a Japanese parents. He does look Japanese, so his parents were already there in Canada while he was born. That's why he has got the Canadian accent, and he does know how to speak Japanese. He was in Japan at the time when he met Srila Prabhupada for the very first time. And meeting Srila Prabhupada, while he was studying in Japan, he met the devotees of ISKCON and joined the Hare Krishna movement in 1970. He met spiritual master A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada 6 months later and was initiated by Srila Prabhupada on 1971. He traveled throughout the India with Srila Prabhupada, participated in different preaching tours, attended the Kumbh Mela, and was there with the early devotees who were involved in developing the Mayapur project. He is the most expert Swami that we have in ISKCON, who is well trained in the deity worship and the translation. He has translated Srila Prabhupada books in Japanese. After serving as a secretary to Lord Jayapataka Swami Maharaj in Mayapur, he accepted sannyas in 1984. He is served as a member of ISKCON Governing Body Commission GBC since 2003 and overseeing the regions including South India and Japan. And international preaching and the teachings, he has preached extensively across India, Japan, Malaysia, Russia, Australia, Canada, UK, United States, presenting different seminars, philosophy, scriptures, cosmology, yoga, reincarnation, relationships, and spiritual life. So today we are very grateful to have an association from Maharaj. We'll be hearing from him about the astrology and Vaishnava lifestyle. We'll do a small kirtan to begin with, and then we'll be having the Sangha with Maharaj. The next darshan will be in the temple room at 9 o'clock. Please be patient. If there is any questions, you can ask at the end of the talk to Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Can we invite Maharaj, and can we welcome him by 3 loud Hari Bols? Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol!
Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Shesha Shunyavadi Paschatadishatarine Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Jaya Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Vishnu
Paramahansa Maharaja Charna Sadasi Sudesi Bhaktivedanta Swami Sri Prabhupada Ki Jai. Go Premanandi. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Stagudadeshi Mati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswata Devi Gauravani Prachadane Nirvashesha Shunyavani Paschatya Desha Chadane Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So tonight the topic is astrology. When people hear that word, one can think this is superstition, if one is very scientific, or one may think this is a way of telling everything about your future, in which case everything is by fate and we are helpless and we're simply controlled by some planets which are doing things to us. And of course everybody is worried about their future to some degree, unless you're a Paramahamsa. So because we are worried about the future and astrology claims to give some answers to that, then some people come to the astrologer and begin to ask questions. So what is the use of astrology? If we look at Krishna consciousness, then we're supposed to depend on Krishna. And it doesn't matter what your future is. So therefore, you shouldn't go to the astrologer. So this is a very logical conclusion. And it's also true in the highest sense of the term. Because we surrender to the Lord, that we don't care about anything else. But then, of course, we do have to ask the question, well, everybody surrenders to the Lord, they don't depend on anything else, but yet we see people are working and making money, doing all sorts of things. Why don't they just chant Hare Krishna? No, they're working and doing so many things. And they're earning money. And if they get sick, you could theoretically just chant Hare Krishna, it solves all your problems, but they go to the doctor. And if you lose your money, you may go to the financial consultant. You don't just chant Hare Krishna. So we do many things in this world that are not absolutely showing our surrender to the Lord. And that's also not required. It's not that you practice Krishna consciousness and don't do anything else. Anybody in any situation, in any ashram, in any varna, can practice Krishna consciousness or do devotional service. So it doesn't require you renounce everything. The only persons that can do this are the Paramahamsa sannyasis. And that's very rare. So Bhakti Yoga is very flexible and doesn't require such things. So in that sense, many things are useful to us in our daily life. And therefore, astrology is one of those things. If we look at the Bhagavatam, we see that often when a king is born like Parikshit, then they go to the astrologer and ask what's going to be his future. So it's not just once, all the time. And it was a custom in ancient India that the king had court astrologers, not only for predicting the birth of sons and all that, but things like war. Should we attack this opponent? What is our chances of victory? Things like that. So it has some practical uses also. So it's been, of course, we see that it's also part of the Vedas. Jyotish is one of the angas of the Vedas. We have things like grammar and derivation of words and pronunciation, all needed to recite the Vedas. And then along with that we have Jyotish, which is astronomy and astrology. It sounds a little bit strange why that would be there, but its practical use, as far as Vedas is concerned, is it is important to do the Vedic ceremonies like yajna according to specific times. Sometimes they're auspicious, sometimes they're inauspicious, so you have to choose the proper time. And therefore you have some astrologer there to give you guidance. These are the auspicious times you should do it, and these are the times we should not do it. That's just one example of how astrology can be used along with the Vedas. So since the ancient times, this knowledge has been passed down as part of the Vedas, which is, let's say, the sacred, scriptures of India. So it is, we can say, quite common as far as usage in ancient India, and it's just like everything else. The samskars and everything have continued to the present day. So astrology is also used. So one of the common uses of astrology now is marriage. So you're going to get married, go to the astrologer and get the birth dates of the bride and the groom, and you see if they match. They don't match, okay, we're not going to have that match at all. You choose somebody else instead. This is a very common thing. And probably the most common thing. So even today it is used by probably 80% of the people in India. So it has uses in the modern age as well. Of course, astrology itself there's many uses of it, or many types of astrology. This is just one to choose like compatibility. Another is to choose proper times to do things. So we want to establish a nation at a proper time, so you have your Independence Day on a certain day, which is auspicious, then it's better. Or if you're moving into a new house and you want to stay there permanently, then you have to choose the right day, which is a fixed day, not a moving day. So, of course, when we establish a deity, then we want to do it at an auspicious time also. So this is what's called muhurta, choosing proper times. The most famous part of astrology, of course, is the birth chart. And that depends upon your time of your birth in a particular place. And based on that, then the stars in the sky with the planets are in a certain position, and a certain sign is rising on the horizon at that particular time, which changes every 2 hours. So therefore, one has to have accurate time of birth and place, because in various places, different signs are going to be rising in the horizon at different times. So every 2 hours, actually, the signs keep changing. So therefore, you have to have an accurate birth time and place. And then you can draw an actual chart called the Jataka, or the birth chart. And all that is doing is recording the zodiac in the sky, which sign is rising on the horizon, and the position of 9 planets within those zodiac signs, which keeps changing all the time. The whole sky is rotating like this all the time. So the thing that changes is the rising sign. So that's very important, because that determines houses. So that's the basic chart. So we have 3 variables there. We have the zodiac signs, we have the houses, which zodiac sign will be rising, and we have the planets in the zodiac signs, which are also simultaneously in houses, which keep changing all the time. So 3 variables: houses, zodiac signs, and planets. And then based on that, then the astrologer will make predictions. And it sounds peculiar, because you're predicting events, future events of a life, which means certain situations of a particular person at a particular time, based upon planets. And how can planets influence you? We have like a Saturn, which is, I don't know, millions of miles away probably. How can that, and we can't even hardly see it in the sky, it's up there, there's some planet moving, but we hardly ever see it. How can that kind of influence a person on Earth? And how can it influence different people in different ways? Like it's got a brain and it knows the fates of millions and billions of people on Earth, and it's doing certain things to certain people. It sounds very strange to us. And how can that happen? How can planets control you to make you do things, or cause your accidents and cause you to lose money, whatever? How can planets do that? It doesn't sound very logical. So the one way of looking at it is they don't really cause anything. They're merely symptoms. So just like the doctor, you go to the doctor because you have a stomach ache or something, and then so he'll look at you, then he'll probably take your blood pressure and your heartbeat and all of this, and he may give you a blood test or whatever like that. He'll do all sorts of things which are examining the symptoms. So the planets are symptoms of something. And what are they symptoms of? Karma. So they're really indicating the karma of this lifetime. Okay? So the planets are not really, they don't have to say they're causing anything as such, they're indicating something about your life. And of course the houses from 1 to 12, they indicate the different areas of your life. Your personality, your money, your speech, your house, your children, your sickness, your marriage, your disasters, your dharma, your job, your gains, and your losses. This is basically, and we can fit everything in your life, whatever you're concerned, it can go into one of these particular houses. And the predictions are made because there's a certain zodiac sign ruling that house, and there's certain planets there. And they can determine this is a good house or bad house. So the 7th house is very famous because it is marriage house. Yeah? So you can have good planets there, you can have bad planets there, you can have 0 planets there. And if you have the bad planets, then that's not a very good prediction. So bad planet, for instance, is Mars, Mongol. So we have what is called the Mongol dosha, very famous. Everybody know about the Mongol dosha? And anybody with the Mongol dosha, nobody wants to get near them, for marriage at least, because it means marriage is going to be a big problem. Why? Because Mars, or Mongol, is the fiery planet. This is the war god in Greek mythology. And so it also, for Vedic astrology, it is the planet indicating war, strife, violence, killing, whatever, arguments, quarrels, aggression, all these things. So you put that in your 7th house, bad. So somebody's going to have problems in their marriage if they have that. So if somebody has that in their chart, then if you're going to marry them, you don't want to marry them. So the Mongol-dosha person, everybody avoids. They can't get married. That, of course, is a very simple, thing. It's not more complicated than that. But then if you had 2 bad planets like Saturn and Mars, there's even worse. Because Saturn also a very malefic planet, causing delays and whatever, coldness, lack of a relationship, etc. And if you have 3 planets that are bad, they're like Rahu also, then it's even worse. Well, then you can have this combination anywhere in your chart and cause problems. It can be in your 10th house, then your business is going to suffer. If you have Saturn in the 10th house, Saturn is the delay planet. So business is not going to be very good. Better not have a business because it gets slow, very, very slow, like that. If you have Mars in the 10th house, then fighting, competition. Or you can be a policeman or an army officer. Then it's good. You can fight. Or a fireman. Because Mars is for fire also. Or maybe you could be a cook also, dealing with fire. So anyway, the planets in the various houses are going to cause different things, good or bad, depending on significance of the planet, strength of the planet, etc. So that's how they determine these things are going to happen. And more particularly, it's also when it's going to happen. That's also very important. Yeah? So there is a system in Vedic astrology for predicting when the bad things are going to happen, when the good things are happening. Again, this is about looking where those particular planets causing the bad things are coming up in your life, because you have ruling planets for each area, each part of your life from birth to death. So it may be ruled by Mars or Saturn or Jupiter, and then it changes again to another planet after some time. So therefore you go through various difficulties or periods of good fortune at various times of your life. So that gets predicted also. So in that way, throughout your life, one can give predictions about the disasters and the good fortune that you have by seeing different areas of your chart and the planets there, good planets, bad planets, etc. That's basically what it is. But as I said, it's not that the planets are causing all of this just irrationally. The planets are merely indication of good or bad karma. And good or bad karma is caused by activities of previous lives. So, if you do a violent activity that causes pain and suffering to other living entities in one lifetime, and you cause that without any good reason, you have to suffer equally for that. You cause suffering, you get the suffering back in some future lifetime. So if you're getting the suffering in this lifetime, it's because you did similar suffering, caused such suffering to other persons. So you're getting your reward or punishment or whatever for that. So it's merely indicating that, not particularly just causing it. So who is the cause? The cause is the person. The person chose to do an activity which was violent. Now he gets the result. So if you're getting punished, who was the cause of the punishment? In the court, you get punished and you go to jail. So who was the cause of the punishment? Well, because the judge did it. If we blame the judge, I go to jail. You can say that, but ultimately, who do we blame? Ourselves, because we did the crime. So we don't blame the planets as such, because they're also ruled by devatas. And the devatas are not cruel people also. They're just following their orders. So, therefore, the ultimate blame, if we want to put blame, is the individual himself. He is the cause of his suffering, not the planet. And the planet is merely indicating what's going to happen and kind of institutes the punishment or whatever. So we are the cause of our suffering, which is reflected in the astrological prediction. But people get punished, but then the judge may also give you some relief. You have some excuses or whatever, was one thing. But the main thing is good conduct. If you're in good conduct, you get out, maybe it's a 5-year sentence, you get a 1-year sentence instead. Because of good conduct or something you do, like that. Or even though you did a violent crime, you also did a good activity simultaneously, so then they'll lessen the sentence, or maybe they'll even absolve you or whatever like that. So you have your karma, which is kind of predictable. But then, in this lifetime, you're not forced to do other activities. What was forced upon you was a circumstance caused by your previous choice of action. So in this lifetime, we do have the circumstances. Let's say you lose a lot of money. That's okay, that's a bad karma caused by something. Maybe you stole somebody's money in past lifetime. So you lose all your money. So what do? You can go out and steal somebody else's money. So that's not caused by the karma. That's your choice at this moment. And of course, if you do that, you fail. And you get more karma. And your situation gets worse. So the situation is caused by the karma, which is caused by your previous exercise of your free will. And your action at this moment also is your free will, your choice. But of course, it's choice within the circumstance, which was your karma. But it's the action itself you do now is not determined by that circumstance. If we think that all of our choices now are determined by our circumstances, then we are rather hopeless. We are like animals. Animals simply react to their immediate situation, finished. But human beings should not do that. In any situation, they should choose what is the proper activity. So on our own, this is a little bit difficult, how to choose and whatever. That's why we have Scripture. And Scripture gives us all sorts of rules about how you should choose, what you should do in life. This is what we call dharma. Things you should do, things you should not do. So even if you're suffering bad karma, if you follow the laws of dharma, you get some exemption. And let's say the punishment gets less and less and less because you are willing to follow the laws of dharma. Unfortunately, a lot of people who don't know the laws of dharma are not willing to follow them. And those people who are atheistic and whatever, Gnostics and whatever, don't like scripture at all, and just want to be independent, then they will act in a quite different way. When they're in a depressing or disaster situation, they will simply react by their emotion. And their emotion usually is anger or envy or greed or something like that. And of course, this is anti-dharma. So what happens? Situation gets worse. They make their situation worse in this lifetime, they have to suffer their full karma, and they create problems for the next lifetime again. So if we don't use our intelligence properly, we sink down. And this is what Bhagavad Gita says. You get attracted to sense objects, try to get the sense objects into activities. If you don't get them, you get anger. And if you get anger, then you start losing your sense of judgment. You lose your sense of what is proper, what is improper. Then you end up doing an action which is sinful. And then you go downwards. You lower your, let's say, gunas, rajagun, tamagun, whatever. And then you can even get a non-human life in the future because you're not acting according as a human being responsibly. So anyway, the law of karma is there to teach us responsibility. As a human being, we should not just be aware of what I get from my actions, which is basically selfish, but we should also be aware of how it affects other living entities. And if it's going to cause problems for them, we have to take that into consideration when we do our activity. And if it is unreasonable, violence, and disturbance to other living entities, this is what we call sin. And sin gives suffering as karma. So this is the whole point of our karmas, so that we can rectify ourselves in this life, take responsibility for our activities in this lifetime, and of course realize that whatever situation we're in now is because of our past actions. So that is what we have to learn. And so what does astrology do in this case? It can tell us the future of the good and the bad, your bad karmas and your good karmas. And generally, of course, the good karma, no problem. Everybody likes that. Good health, good money, whatever, happy life, whatever. But they don't like the bad stuff. The losses, the sickness, the accidents, the obstacles, the loss of job, and all sorts of things, quarrels, fights, etc. So, if the astrology is predicting that, then an intelligent person should act based on that knowledge. Just as if you go to the doctor and he gives you some bad diagnosis, you're going to have this problem, and this one's going to surface in 2 weeks, this one's going to get 2 months later. If you continue like you're living with your same diet and your same life habits and your whatever you're drinking and eating and whatever, this is what's going to happen. So if you're intelligent, you follow the doctor's advice and you improve your situation in this life. So with astrology, you go to the astrologer and he tells you these things. Then the next thing is, well, then you have to ask the astrologer, what should I do if this is going to happen? And just like the doctor will also give you some recommendations, what you should do, what you should, medicines to take, what type of food you should take, what exercise you should do, whatever, and you follow, then you improve your situation. So, an astrologer gives you the bad predictions or whatever, and then if he is responsible, he will give you some solutions, how you can mitigate the situation. You may not be able to remove it completely, but at least you can mitigate and give less bad effects. But those remedies will ultimately mean that you bear responsibility and you counteract whatever violent activity you did in that previous lifetime by opposite activity. So therefore, you have to do charity. Instead of taking, you give. Instead of causing pain to others, you have to give comfort to others. You have to give respect to other living entities. You have to be responsible for your activities and not just look at yourself and what I get. You have to look at what is beneficial for everybody. So that basically is how the remedy will work. So if a person is interested in solving his problem, then he will start to change his life. And then his karmas get lessened. So that is basically how a person should approach an astrologer, not just to try to exploit the situation and, for his own good and not change himself. Try to change himself. If we come to devotional service, bhakti yoga, in particular to chanting the holy name, then something very interesting happens. Without having to do the charity work or the atonements or whatever, all your karmas get destroyed. Not only your karmas get destroyed, your vasanas or impressions from previous lifetimes and all your fears and hatreds and jealousies and whatever from previous life, they get destroyed. And the core of all of that is your ignorance or avidya. That gets destroyed by process of bhakti and chanting the holy name. So therefore the best solution if you have bad karmas and bad astrological planets in the wrong places, etc., is chant the holy name. And you get rid of everything. Of course, now people will say, yes, good, but I'm chanting already, I'm still suffering or whatever like that. So then you can also use astrological remedies as such, so different things you can do. One is worship. Unfortunately, most people will associate the planets with devatas. So we have the Navagraha devatas, the famous in South India particularly. I think Shiva temples will have a Navagrahas, all the planetary deities there, and people will start to worship to get rid of their bad karmas and whatever. And if you have particular, karma like sun is bad or something causing problems, then you have to worship Surya Deva and do some pujas, etc. But of course, if we're doing devotional service, we don't want to worship devatas, we'd rather worship the Supreme Lord. So in Parasara Hora Shastra, then, there are avatar forms to replace the devatas in charge of the planets. So for the sun, we get Ramchandra. So if you had something wrong with your sun in the 7th house, which will cause separation in marriage, then you worship Ramchandra. If you have bad moon, which will cause your mind to get all unsettled and whatever, unfixed mind, you worship Krishna. He's the moon dynasty. Rama is the sun dynasty for sun, and Krishna is moon dynasty. Mercury is Buddha. So therefore, intelligence. So if you've got a weak Mercury, you can worship Buddha avatar. And then similar, if you have a weak problem with Mars in 7th house, whatever, you worship Narasimhadev. He's a ferocious one, fighting, lots of fighting with Narasimhadev. So, like that. Or for Jupiter, we have Vamanadev. And for Venus, we have Parsuram. And for Saturn or Shani, we have Kurma. Saturn is the slowest planet, and if Saturn is in your chart, everything slows down. So we have the slow animal, the turtle. That's Kurmadev in charge of that. And for Rahu and Ketu, we have Varaha and Matsya avatar. So instead of worshiping devatas to get rid of your problems, you worship at least avatars. And you get some effect from that. Or if you have money, then you use jewels. So if you have a weak sun, ruby. And a weak moon, you have pearl or moonstone. If you have weak Mars, you wear red coral. And a weak Mercury is emerald or other green stone. And if you have a weak Venus, you wear diamonds. And for Saturn is blue sapphire. And for Jupiter, yellow sapphire. So yellow things, and golden things like that. Rahu is Gomed. And Ketu is cat sign, like that. So these will strengthen those particular planets. So in this way we have various things. And of course, besides that, you can do different activities. You can give charity to Brahmins and devotees or whatever. Things like that. So in this way, the devotees may, if they're having problems and they go to the astrologer, then instead of worshiping devatas, you worship forms of the Lord. And of course, you should always keep chanting the holy name, which is the most, the strongest way of destroying everything, all the karmas completely. So anyway, maybe I've said enough. You can ask questions if you want. There's an interesting fact about, in the modern world, that kind of explains events. They've noticed, even some people like psychologists like Carl Jung, he was appreciating synchronicity. Two events happen at the same time for some particular reason, and coincidental, but they don't look like the coincidental things happening at the same time. So it's called synchronicity. And so he says something is there, and we don't know what it is, but it causes events to do something, and it has a meaning, you know. Well, like we have, you know, if you see a black cat going under a ladder, it's bad luck or something like this. So why is it like that, you know? And so they have all sorts of omens in the sky also in Vedic literature. But anyway, in the modern world and in quantum physics, it doesn't really follow. It's not so rational as Newtonian physics, you know. So they have this non-locality of things, and if a particle moves on this side of the universe, it affects a particle instantaneously on the opposite side of the universe. If a butterfly flaps its wing over here, it has an effect on the opposite side of the universe billions of miles away, instantaneously. Well, that's modern quantum physics. How it's like that, we don't know. So, therefore, in terms of then we can read backwards. You take the symptoms and you can read the cause. So you're born at a certain time and the planets are in certain positions. That's your synchronistic position in terms of planets. You can do it with other things as well, but we can take planets because they're predictable. So your time is synchronized with your body. When you're born, synchronized with the planets at certain points in the sky at a certain time, which can have a meaning. And so that's how astrology, another way of explaining astrology, synchronicity of events. And you only have to get the key to figure out what it all means. So you can use astrology, but you can use other methods as well. There's many different methods around the world of, they have like tarot cards or something like that. In many other countries, they have other methods of doing things, you know. Africa, they have ways of, you know, predicting things in the future. Even in India, they have other methods of doing things. They roll dice and they look at the numbers and they can figure out, you know, predictions for your future also that way. Or even stones, they just throw stones. Or shells, cowrie shells on the Kerala, that's quite famous. They just throw the shells on the ground and look at the arrangement and they give you a prediction. But there's a little more, you know, to say, not so systemized. So astrology is very systemized because we can actually, you know, see the planets in there, and anytime you can look at the sky and you can get a prediction for that particular arrangement of planets. Anyway.
Marge, thank you so much for the class. My question is there any difference between Chinese astrology and
Chinese
Vedic astrology?
Oh, well, all astrologies will be somewhat different. They did have astrology way back, I think, with the Assyrians and the Babylonians, the Egyptians, they all had. And then out of that, probably somehow it got into Europe, astrology, even though it's very non-Christian or whatever, somehow it got in there somehow, and they developed astrology very strongly in like 17th century, 18th century. People were into it a lot, which is more like witchcraft or something for the conservative, you know, Christians or whatever, but anyway, it's there. So those countries we have Chinese astrology. They also built, you know, these, what do you call them, astronomical observation towers in China, as they did in other places of the world, and they're looking at the planets, and they developed their astrology. So they all involve signs and planets and whatever, but the rules are somewhat different in different places and whatever like that. Yeah. So, generally, most places will have the 12 divisions of the zodiac. So that's in the Babylonian, it's there, in the Egyptian, it's there, I think in Western, it's there, and in the Vedic, it's also 12 signs. And they generally have the same planets, except in Vedic astrology, we have Rahu and Ketu as well. So we have some extra planets there. And even the meaning of the signs, like the first sign is Mesha or Aries, so it's always the ram like this, very passionate. So the interpretation of the sign is common in Vedic astrology and in Western astrology particularly. Chinese I don't know so much about. But anyway, there's common elements there. The big difference between Western astrology and, one of the big differences, and Eastern astrology is that in Western astrology, it's not actually, when they talk about your planets and your particular sign, the signs are not actually where they are in the sky at the moment. They've shifted away because of the, what we call precession of the equinox. And so where the equinox happens, that becomes 0 point, and then they start Aries from there. But it's shifted 23 degrees from the original, so therefore their Aries is 23 degrees off. And so all the planets are going to be, different. 2/3 of your planets are going to be different. So whereas in the Vedic, it actually goes, the sign is where it is in the sky. When you look up there, you see Aries is here and Taurus is here. That's where it is, and that's where your planets are, and you just do it like that. So it's, in that sense, it's a little more accurate. Yeah, so the other one is like a theoretical zodiac, because it's shifted according to the equinox.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. My question is, how do you know you found a good astrologer, and what are the signs of a good astrologer?
If he gives you nice predictions, you'll be happy. Well, anyway, you may not know, but if his predictions tend to be accurate over, a few years, then you could have trust in them. The other thing, of course, is, we don't have so much like we have, authorized doctors and lawyers and stuff. And they go to college and they get a degree, so they don't have such regulations for people to call themselves astrologers. Of course, they do have, I think, some colleges of astrology in some place in India. But then general people can call themselves an astrologer, and they may not have anything, any knowledge or anything, and they can call themselves an astrologer. So we don't have any, at least minimum standards for them. So it's very difficult in that sense. So all you can do is go by reputation. If they do have a good reputation and other people have gone and they get good predictions and whatever, that's nice. So that's one thing. The other is, of course, we should look at their spiritual standing, because it's like a doctor. A doctor can diagnose you, and everybody who has a degree is a doctor, and he can diagnose. But that's only part of the talent of being a doctor. The other is the relationship with the patient and how they can communicate properly to the patient so that's good for the patient. And the doctor's not going to tell you everything about your sickness to you also, according to your mentality and according to whatever. He may not even tell you everything, but he'll tell you things which could help you. So therefore the astrologers are also like that. They may not, if they're going to tell you all the bad things and get you discouraged, and then you just end up committing suicide, what's the problem? It's not beneficial at all. So the astrologer also has to be a little bit intelligent and discreet in how he presents things to the person. So, and the other type of astrologer is the one who wants to make money. So then he'll provide all sorts of remedies that cost a lot of money, and then you have to go to him to get the remedy, and they make profit off you. So it's exploitation. So we have to be careful that we don't get such persons who are into profit and whatever. So generally the astrologer was Brahminical in ancient society, which means he doesn't work for profit at all. In fact, it's only on donation basis. So there's no profit at all. So it's merely, he's giving advice, that's it. So in the modern day, of course, we can't judge everything, but by experience, then we can, to some degree, judge the character of a person, etc. And if they, originally the astrologers were Brahminical. So they had some spiritual background, even if they're not Vaishnavas. And they have sense control and mind control, etc. So that is very essential for the astrologer also. If he's not controlling his senses and he's sense gratifier, etc., you can't trust him at all.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, Dandavat Pranams. Thank you very much for this class. So I'm currently having fireworks in my head because there's too many questions, but I'll try it and condense it. Now, you did mention about the choice of activities. That's within our control, depending on the situation that we are thrown in because of the karmas. Now, sometimes, but also the second point is that the gunas that we have is also tied to the time of birth. And so even if I want to try and change my gunas, for example, I was born at 4:30 in the morning or something, but I'm a evening night owl. I sit and read in night. So certain things are like, even if I want to change. So in terms of that, is there an influence of planetary positions and the time of birth in terms of trying something to change the activity for a situation? How does it correlate?
In general, people who have more knowledge, people who have control of the senses, people who are in sattva gun are going to make better choices. People in tamagun, in ignorance, basically they don't choose anything. They just get pushed around by the modes of material nature and just do anything according to their whim at the moment. So therefore we have people on tamagun, rajagun, and sattvagun. The people who can really handle the responsibility and take good advice. Of course, they also listen to scripture because they're in sattva. They're the best ones to make good choices. The other ones are not. They're going to be problematic. To help this, therefore, it's Sudras and people in Tamagun are in the majority, and they can't make proper decisions in life. So just to give them free will or whatever doesn't really make any sense because they're going to misuse it anyway. So what do we do with all the people? Because they're going to get karma anyway. Everybody gets karma as a human being. If you don't want to be a human being, you can be an animal, and then you can do that. So therefore, what to do about these people who are in tamagun, because they can't really judge properly. So in the Vedic system, they don't have to think. Somebody else does the thinking for them. So the Sudras don't get money. The Sudras, there's so many things they don't do. They learn some very simple things. You follow the master. You do this, and this very simple dharma things, and then they don't get any bad reactions. So with various, varnas, whatever, then they get a little more freedom to choose. And when you get a Brahman, then you're pretty free to choose. But then you are also aligned with Scripture, because you accept Scripture so much and you're studying Scripture. So therefore, for the people in Tamagun, it's very, very difficult for them. And that's why they're protected. They have to be protected. So therefore, people are born and they have Tamagun in the modern world. What are they going to do? I mean, very difficult. So they need good guidance, basically, good guidance. And if they're willing to accept it, very good. Then they can actually progress. They do. They are told. They agree, and they say, "Well, I don't have the intelligence to do it. You help me do it." Then that's their good decision, and then they can begin to improve. So as a human being, we can't deny our responsibility and our ability to choose. This is how an adult human being is. If you're a child, no. But as an adult, you should have enough ability to know what is right, what is wrong. And if you can't even do that, then you're not even a human being, basically. So some things, basic principles, at least you follow those things. And that will help that person also.
Thank you, Maharaj. Probably I'll go to the significance of wearing gems in certain fingers, for example. What does it connect to? Like one is a physical and the other is something else. Like some people wear it in the little fingers and green stones and things like that. So significance. How does it connect?
Well, that's because the fingers themselves are representing the planets. The little fingers for Mercury, and the next one is for the Sun, and the four fingers for is it Saturn, I think? And next one's for Jupiter. So therefore you get your fingers representing the planets. So then if you have you have emerald, then you put it on the Mercury finger, little finger, etc., like that. So that's how that takes place.
Just to add, Marge, what's the benefits for the diamonds?
Diamonds? That's for Venus. Yeah. Of course, in the Western world, for marriage, it's all diamonds, huh? But actually, it's not that doesn't make too much sense because everybody's different. Everybody has different strength and weakness of their planet. So it's not that it's auspicious for everybody for marriage life to have diamonds. It may be the opposite effect, in fact. So, it's just a Western custom, but it's not really effective. Yeah. Could be, but may not be. But it's for Venus at least.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. So, if devotees are already following 4 regulative principles and chanting Hare Krishna, so what's the need of knowing your astrology?
Yeah, they don't need.
Okay,
It's chant Hare Krishna, you destroy all your karma, no more planetary influence at all.
Okay. Thank you, Maharaj.
But still people get worried. Well, what's going to happen?
Thank you, Maharaj. It's a very nice class. I'm wondering just where the devotees are asking me the same questions actually. Astrology was in the Krishna's time, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's time, but still we are in the Kali Yuga. But we found this very difficult. If you go 10 different astrologers, they are giving 10 different types of comments.
Yeah.
So how is where the devotees, so you get very confused from Indian background, right? And most of them, they're asking money, fame, name. Some of them, they have qualification or whatever. But it's quite fed up, honestly. So how the devotees, really we are very keen to Srila Prabhupada books and our philosophy, our guru, parampara, whatever. So do we really has to go on that side? Or we have to follow our ISKCON, Prabhupada, whatever Prabhupada gave?
Yeah. So, of course, nobody has to follow. But then again, some people may have a need. Just like if you're sick, then generally people go to the doctor, even though maybe they could try to cure themselves, or they just chant Hare Krishna and get over their karma and whatever like that. But many people go to the doctor and get a specific diagnosis and whatever. It's a little easier and a little quicker. So for some people, not all people, some people get worried about their future or whatever, and therefore they go to the astrologer to get some predictions on certain things about marriage or about money, or usually it's marriage and money. Those are the main things. And it gives some guidance, that's all. And so they can be, if your prediction for your business is, well, it's not going to be successful at all, and you better do something else, then they don't have to endeavor and struggle for another 10 years and end up failing anyway. They can try something better immediately. So it's just a help for them to make a good decision. That's all.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you for an insightful class. You mentioned Mangal Dosha, Mars, talking about war, arguments. The first word that popped up is marriage for me, so I think I'm being very transparent there. Apart from praying to Nishingadev, is there, and all the other things you mentioned, is there anything else specific for somebody who might be...
For the marriage thing?
Well, I'm not after marriage advice,
for Mars.
But for Mars, yeah.
Well, for Mars, of course, that's one thing, worship and japa, homas, all things like that. These are some things you can do. Traditional astrologers may have some other things like charities, and certain charities directed for Mars rather than, Saturn or something like that. I'm so much into that, whatever. The other, of course, is for Mars, and you have the red coral. That's the gem. Yeah.
Thank you. You mentioned yellow stone. What was that in reference to?
Yellow?
Yeah.
Oh, that's for Jupiter. Yellow sapphire.
Yellow sapphire.
Yellow sapphire, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you for your beautiful explanation. But Maharaj, like devotees, we've been chanting and following principles, but still, we're going through some problems.
Yeah.
So Do you think we are lacking in our bhakti or what is
Yeah, so of course, in Nectar Devotion, Rupa Goswami explains one of the first effects of bhakti is kleshagni, it destroys all suffering, which means your karmas, your vasanas, and your ignorance. But it may not be immediate. It may be gradual. Because bhakti itself is also gradual. It's not immediate. You get prema after 3 days. It may take, several lifetimes. So the bhakti has to grow. And consequently, the amount of destruction of karmas, etc., may take time. In some cases, it's quite immediate, like in case of Ajamil. 1 second, all of his karmas are gone, past, present, future, and his vasanas as well. But, in spite of that, he didn't even know. And he looked like he was the same old sinful rascal for the rest of his life also. So sometimes even there's a pattern of karma remaining, even if your karmas are gone. But in the case of Ajamil, all of his karmas are immediately gone because he had committed no aparadhs in that life or previous lives. So if we've committed aparadhs in previous lifetimes, that will also slow the effect of destruction of karmas. It takes place, but it'll be slower than Ajamil, which was 1 second. And of course, then I said, even if they are destroyed, still some pattern remains. So therefore, devotees are bound to have some pattern in any case. And even if you have prema, some pattern will be there. It's not karma anymore, but some pattern remains because you have a material body.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you. It's so easy to depend on astrology and so many things when you're going through difficulties. So how do we increase our dependence on Krishna all the time?
Yeah, so we don't depend on astrology, just like we don't depend on food or anything else. We depend on Krishna ultimately for everything, and if he wants to give food, fine. If he doesn't, like that. And if we're sick, then we ultimately depend on Krishna, and even the doctor's there and may not get cured immediately, so we depend on Krishna ultimately. So as I said, astrology is only an assistant. It's not that we depend on it in any case. And because if we depend on anything except bhakti, this mixes our bhakti. It contaminates our bhakti. Yeah? So you can use it as an assistant, just like we do devotional service. So you can do parts of varnashram, as long as they don't contaminate the bhakti, we don't depend on those things. But when we start depending on the varnashram rules like that, then that contaminates the bhakti.
So how do we increase our dependence on Krishna just performing?
More chanting.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much for the talk. I just wanted to ask, in terms of what happens in this life is determined to some extent by our karma in the previous lives, which astrology can predict, but given so many of our upcoming decisions are based on what modes we're in and our free will, and then obviously Krishna's mercy, how accurate can those predictions be, and do they change time to time?
Well, since you're born at a certain time in a certain place and the planets are there, the planets never change. that particular time of the planets and that configuration is always going to be the same. So in that sense, that's kind of fixed for your life. So therefore the predictions are there and they can't really be changed. All that can be changed is how intense they are, the bad effects or the good effects, and how you respond to them. And so that's up to us, and that's where our free will comes in. Our actions, when we hit those circumstances, which are maybe disastrous or good fortune or whatever, and our own response to that. And of course, Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita that we should be kind of impervious to happiness or distress and be equal like that in any case. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. World today, if you have all that, you're able to access and help benefits for yourself. So it seems like astrology is the same. If you have the means and resources, you're able to fight off problems by getting stones, things, by doing charity, by following all those rules. So it always seems like the guy who doesn't have anything is always suffering. And again, it's almost like the rich guys, they always, So how
Yeah.
How can the Lord create a system which is so unjust?
Yeah. Well, it's just like this, as I said, if you're in ignorance, you can't make proper decisions. Ignorance means you don't have any knowledge. Yeah. So basically, the more knowledge you have as you go through the gunas, and you're in sattva, you get more knowledge. So we can say, well, that's unequal. But then this also is a result of karma. Why did you end up in tamagun in this lifetime? Because you did a lot of tamagun things. You may have been in sattvagun originally, but you did a lot of bad activities. You end up in tamagun in this lifetime. So that is a result of your previous activities. So you have to be responsible for them. So if a person is in tamagun, still he is responsible. It means because I'm in tamagun and I can't think, therefore I'll do anything and I'm not going to get any reaction. No, he's still going to get reactions. Or if he, as I said, takes advice from someone who does know, then he has access to knowledge. He may not have the knowledge. If he takes shelter of someone who has the knowledge, gets advice and acts, then he improves the situation. So that's the option for the human being. He can independently get his knowledge by nature, karma, if he's in sattva gun, or if he's in tamagun, mode of ignorance, then he can depend on somebody else. So what we say is always, in hopeless situations, if you get good association, then you can change. So you have sadhu sangha, you can get out of worse situation. So similarly with bhakti, if we have the person who is a dog eater and he chants the holy name, karma's gone. He becomes more qualified than a brahmana. All of his karma's gone. This is by chanting the holy name. So there are ways in which a person in the lowest status as a human being can rise up to the highest status. And of course, the main thing is bhakti and chanting the holy name.
My other question was, because it's...
so that's Krishna's mercy. In spite of your bad karma, Krishna says, okay, you chant the holy name, then we exempt you.
Thank you, that's a blessing. The other thing was we look at the time of birth. I'm trying to figure, is it time of birth or is it the time of conception when the jiva enters the womb? And now especially with cesarean, a lot of children born not through the natural way. What is it, the time of birth exactly? Are we looking
So we just take the birth. It's hard for us to conceive of when the conception took place. How you're going to prove it one way or the other, difficult to do. So therefore we just take the birth, whether it is cesarean or not. When the child comes out, and that's the time we'll take the
So it's when the child comes out, not when
Yeah.
the child's in the womb?
No.
Okay.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much. Maharaj, my question is relating to, you mentioned that astrology previously was used for calculating the best time to have a war or the possible outcomes of a war, things like this. We're familiar with birth chart calculations, but how would one, I presume that you would use the worldly charts or where the position of the planets at the time of the war. And then would you also consider the people as well in that war, like the army generals or,
There's many things you can do. One is what we call prashna, which is just ask a question. And then for that time you ask the question, you make a chart, which is like the birth of the question. And then we can see if it's going to be successful or not, like that.
Yeah, thank you. Sometimes we understand that we don't know how to pray, so we take references of Kunti Stuti or Gajendra Moksha and pray that. In terms of when you mention about instead of worshipping the devatas, worshipping the avatars, what should be the prayer when you are praying for a better person or better version of myself? If you are praying to the different avatars for a better bhakti or better way of life or better version of myself, what should be the prayer like?
So of course for people practicing bhakti, we don't want to directly play, oh please Krishna, save me from this particular financial disaster, we don't want particular, but we can just ask, okay Krishna, we'd like to praise you, and be all merciful, that's all. And I'm surrendering to you. So we try to put it on a higher level, not ask for anything particular. And therefore there's so many prayers available for that, or just chanting the name, or the mantra for Nrsimhadev, or whatever. There's various verses and mantras. Yeah.
Thank you, Mare.
Okay, is that it? Fine. Oh, okay. Palms. Yeah. So of course, palms, the hands, and the whatever the marks on the hands are there. We see that Krishna has marks on his hands. Radha has marks on her hands. They have marks on their feet, whatever. The same with Vishnu, whatever. So then, that tradition of reading hands has also been there in the past in India. So as I said, there are many systems for making prediction. And of course, from the rational point of view, it may not seem so logical how lines on your hand can determine, make predictions about your life. But the same with the planets. How can planets at the time of your birth make a prediction for life? It doesn't seem to be any correlation. On the other hand, I did say that within physics itself, there is synchronicity, and events in one part of the universe have a reaction, instantaneous reaction on the other side. Everything is related with everything in the universe. So we simply have to see what's related to what and then interpret it. So therefore you can take lines on the hand. I think in other places, maybe it's in China, they take your head and they look at the bumps in your head and they interpret the bumps in your head. There's another way of doing it. And as I said, in Kerala, they just throw the cowries on the thing and then they make predictions based on the arrangement of the shells on the ground. So there's various ways in which you can develop an interpretive mechanism based on an event at a certain time. In China, they have one called the I Ching, which is just is a hexagram made out of broken and fixed lines, joined lines, and we get 64 hexagrams. And with each of these, there's prediction. And then you throw the coins, and then you get a particular hexagram, and then you look it up, and it gives you an answer to your question. How it works, we don't know. But it was so fascinating that Carl Jung, who was a famous German psychiatrist, he wrote a whole introduction to that work because he was fascinated with how synchronicity worked. You ask a question at a certain time and you throw the coins and it gives you an answer which is quite accurate. And he was fascinated with that. How it works, he didn't know either, but he said there's something in the universe that kind of arranges things in certain ways. So therefore, the hands can also be used and whatever. Yeah, which means that by performing bhakti, all of our karma is destroyed. So that can manifest in different ways with your lines changing, or even if they don't change, your karma from your lines changes. Just as with astrology, your planets never change, but nevertheless your karma changes. Huh? How much?
So how much should you actually use astrology since there's varied results? Should you even
How much we use it?
Should you use it? Since
Yeah.
there's varied results.
Depends on the person. Usually people, when they're having problems, that's when they go to the astrologer. If they're not having problems, they don't worry too much. When they get problems, then they get stuck and they don't know what to do and they don't know what the future is, and they may lose a lot of money or something, and having problems in married life, then they may go to the astrologer to get some advice. So, yeah, when you're in that problem, you don't have to go to the astrologer. You can just chant Hare Krishna, surrender to Krishna. But some people, they want a little bit of guidance, on what's the future. So they go to the astrologer in that case. So it's not compulsory, but people can go in certain cases according to their need. Oh.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much. Could you say that these predictive sciences are a manifestation of our controller mentality or tendency?
Well, the bad predictions are everything in the material world is a result of our controlling mentality. In other words, the root is ignorance. And that means ignorance of Krishna and unwillingness to submit to his will. So therefore we become independent, and then we develop ahankara, we have our own identity, we have senses, and then we try to enjoy separately from Krishna with the senses, and then we get karma. And then karma is reflected in astrology. So basically the karma is a result of that ignorance and our own independent nature.
What we're referring to is like us wanting to know everything that's going to happen. Is that a manifestation of our controller tendency?
Again, yeah, ultimately we can't know everything anyway. And even if we do know, we can't control it. Some things are inevitable to happen, and we do our atonements and remedies, we're still getting some effect. So we can never begin to, even if we know it, we can't control it. So yeah, if we have that attitude, it becomes very difficult, even it's not so useful. So if we do know what's going to happen or something, well, then we can take a very flexible attitude, and we can try to, as I say, rectify our own behavior so that we compensate for our previous bad activities or whatever. That's the best thing we could do. Okay, I guess we can stop here. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you. I think you spoke a little bit about at the beginning, but I was thinking, yeah, often we use astrology as like a predictive science, but I was thinking like, when we go to therapy and it gives us like an insight into the patterns that are going on.
Yeah.
So also could astrology be used in that way to not just predict the future, but more as a understanding and awareness of our present conditioning?
Yeah. So one thing astrology predicts karma, but along with karma we have what we call vasanas. In previous lifetimes we have experiences due to our activities, and those experiences of our actions and our circumstances, and maybe our bad karmas in the last lifetime, they get stuck in our subtle body, and they also go with us into next lifetime. So that is also predictable. That means our personality, so to speak. So that's represented by your ascending sign, the sign, zodiac sign rising on the horizon at the time of your birth, to some degree. And the second is the moon, what zodiac sign the moon is in. So these help to predict your character, whatever, like that. And every sign and every planet has pluses and minuses to it. Not all planets is good, not all planet is bad. So Saturn has bad characteristics, good characteristics. Jupiter is the best planet. It also can have bad characteristics. So your personality can, have positive and negative aspects due to these planets and zodiac signs, etc. Plus, in the ascendant and with the moon, you can also have other planets. So that can also start affecting the whole character, whatever. For instance, if you have your ascendant and then you have Mars in your ascendant, then that's going to make a very aggressive person. And if you have Mars and Sun in the ascendant, more aggressive, more controlling person, which could be unbearable for many people. So by seeing that in astrology, then actually the astrologer can point that out, that this is something you have to be careful of. Not many people are going to like you because you're trying to control everybody. So it becomes a very obvious thing in that case. So therefore it can be used. And the thing is that then you can have to work on that Mars and that Sun there in the ascendant, and let's say lessen their effect. So you start worshipping Ramchandra and Nrsimhadev, whatever like that. So there's various things you can do to lessen the effect. And of course, if they have the knowledge of what's happening and what their character is, they can also, cultivate other opposite qualities.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, how that free will is independent of karma, or?
No, the free will is independent of the karma, but obviously in any situation you can be influenced, and therefore we can blame our situation for our activity, as people will do in court, for instance. They kill somebody with, I couldn't help it because of this and this circumstance, and therefore I had to kill the person, like that. In one sense, yeah, they contribute, but ultimately onus is on that person and their individual responsibility, whatever, and they do have to, be responsible for their acts and their decisions or whatever. And so the best thing, of course, is we try to separate our decision to act, our free will, from the situation itself, and to develop intelligence to act independently of our immediate situation. Because immediate situation, if it's disastrous, is usually fear or anger. And in that situation, we cannot choose properly at all. So we get to separate ourselves from the situation. That takes, some effort. And people in Tamagun can't do that usually. That's why they have to rely on somebody else. And people in Sattvagun can do it easily. So they have better opportunity to improve themselves without having to take help of others. Okay, I think that's it. Okay. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Oh.
जय श्री राधा गोकुलानंद भगवान की जय, श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण भगवान की जय, श्री गौर निताय की जय, विराज महाराज की जय, श्री प्रभुपाद की जय।
जय श्री राधा गोकुलानंद की नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमति भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी नितिनामिने विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमति भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी नितिनामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sitaram. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitya Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitya Gaura Hari Bol. Jai Shri Radha Gokulanand ki, Jai Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Gauri Nitai ki. Jai. Going to offer our obeisance to Guru Parampara. So if you have some space, you can bow down. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajika Acharya Stotra Sata Srimati's Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajika Acharya Stotra Sata Srimati's Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda ki. Namacharya Haridas Thakur ki. ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki. Prem se kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadara Sri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Sham Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardham ki. Ganga Mai Yamuna Mai ki. Tulsi Maharani Bhakti Devi ki. Vrindavan Dham Mathura Dham ki. Mayapur Dham Navadip Dham ki. Jagannath Puri Dham Dwaraka Dham ki. Bhaktivedanta Manor Dham ki. Harinama Sankirtan ki. Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. We humbly request everyone to be seated. We will continue with the Kirtan and followed by the Narasimha prayer. Hare Krishna. Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Gaurita. We will continue with the Narasimha prayer.
Namo नरसिंह भगवान की जय, प्रहलाद महाराज की जय, जगत कृष्ण प्रभुपाद की जय, निताई गौर प्रेमानंद हरि बोल।